Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the EU Live Info Days for the Calls for Proposal 2022. It's the midday in between the first day that we had yesterday all together, talking about the more general and financial aspects, and a third day that we will have tomorrow focused on the clean energy transition part of the LIFE program. Is it still me with you? I'm Giulia Carboni, Senior Project Advisor in the Life Environment Unit in CINEA, the Green Deal Agency. And today we will focus on the three sub-programs of the LIFE program: nature and biodiversity. We will start very soon. Circular economy and quality of life. After that, then we'll have a 30 minutes coffee break to go into the meeting with the colleagues from the climate mitigation and adaptation team. There will be another break where you can actually use the opportunity to have bilateral networking and counseling with CINEA project advisor between 1 and 2. And at 2, there will be a session with the colleagues responsible for the strategic integrated projects and strategic nature projects. And as I said, that will be the wrap for today. We'll go back to the possibility of networking on B2Match, the platform that we are also using right now. And there will still be time tomorrow with the colleagues from the Clean Energy Transition team. I don't want to take more of your time because today is really the content day, the specific content day. And what is important is that also today you have the possibility to ask us questions via Slido, same hashtag as yesterday, hashtag EU Live 22. Normally you also see it in this screen, so you can see the question going there. Be careful, some question that you have, other people might have asked them already, so have a look, like them. There is a higher probability for question with high number of likes that we can take them in case we are running out of time. Those are the questions we will focus on. So without further hesitation, I would like to invite my colleagues from the Nature and Biodiversity team to join me, to switch on their camera. So Anita Fasio and Gustavo Becerra. We will also have an external guest today, David de la Bodega, from a very interesting project that fits very well the talks that Gustavo will give. Anita, I give you the floor for the presentation. And I'm here in the background if anyone needs me.
Thank you very much, Giulia, and welcome to everyone. So today, now we are going to speak about the sub-program for nature and biodiversity, focusing on the SAPs, the Standard Action Projects. Actually, you already heard about these type of projects and the sub-program yesterday in the presentation of Anne Burril, so I will just quickly recap what the SAPs are and what the objectives of the sub-program are. The presentation will be mainly centered on the governance, nature governance topic. And Gustavo will take the floor as soon as I have presented, I have given this recap. So first slide, please. So as you already heard, the main objectives of the Standard Action Projects under the Nature and Biodiversity sub-program is to contribute to halting and reversing biodiversity loss, implementing EU legislation and policies on nature and biodiversity, such as the Habitats and the Birds Directive, the Invasive Alien Species Regulation, and the EU Biodiversity Strategy to 2030. You can apply under one of the two topics, nature and biodiversity and nature governance. And in both cases, to be successful, projects need to have specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound objectives, leading to concrete conservation benefits. So under nature and biodiversity topic, projects would need to submit you will need to submit projects aiming at deploying, possibly on a wide scale, concrete solutions and approaches on the ground for implementing EU legislation and policy on nature and biodiversity. The budget available is approximately 132.7 million euros, and you can be eligible for 3 co-financing rates, depending on the objectives of your project. Very quickly, because this I think was already presented yesterday, 60% is the standard co-financing rate. You are entitled to 75% co-financing if the project targets exclusively priority habitats and species. If your project targets both priority and non-priority habitats and species, but with a clear focus on priority habitats and species, meaning that most of the activities are designed to explicitly and directly target the priority habitats and species, then you're entitled to 67%. I will not now dwell on the list of what are considered priority habitats and species. You can have a look at the page 34 of the call document for this list. Of course, what is very important, and I warmly encourage applicants to do, is to argue in your proposal which actions are clearly tailored towards benefiting habitats or species that qualify for a higher co-financing rate. On the governance topic, nature governance topic, projects must focus, of course, on governance aspects of the EU biodiversity strategy for 2030. For example, compliance assurance, public participation, access to justice, but this will be further explained by Gustavo in a few minutes. The co-financing rate is 60% and the average budget and the available budget, sorry, is 30 million euros. Next slide, please. So the areas of intervention and policy priorities, as you know, are defined in the multi-annual work program by the different policy units in the Commission in consultation with member states. And applicants should really comply with these if they want to get a higher score under the award criterion 1, dealing with relevance. Nothing has really changed compared to the previous call, just some editing and fine-tuning for improved clarity. So the projects must fall under at least one of 2 areas of intervention. These are very broad, so it's very easy to fall into one of those. I imagine that if the project does not fall into one of those areas of intervention, it is out of scope. These 2 areas are space for nature, where projects should aim at improving the condition of species or habitats through area-based conservation and restoration measures. For example, projects should aim at restoring or improving habitats, both within and outside existing protected areas, creating additional protected areas, ecological corridors, and so on. Under safeguarding our species intervention area, projects should aim at improving the condition of the species through activities that are other than area-based. This means reducing mortality of the species, for example, poisoning, illegal killing, bycatch, and so on. How are projects prioritized? And this part here concerns the score that you would eventually get under award 1 relevance, and specifically the sub-criterion dealing with the extent to which the proposal is in line with the description included in the call for proposals, and the reference is the specific priorities. So there is a first level of prioritization that concerns mainly the conservation status of the species and habitat targeted. So in case of species or habitats covered by the EU Habitats Directive, highest priority is given to those that are clearly targeting habitats and species in unfavorable and declining conservation status, or unfavorable bad and declining conservation status. So U2-1 minus or U2-2 minus. If the project targets bird species or species and habitats not covered by the EU legislation, then highest priority is given to the proposals that clearly target those species or habitats in higher extinction risk categories, for example, endangered or worse, in the EU Red List, or in case of OCTs, in the global IUCN Red List. Sorry, there is a mistake in the slide. It's not the pan-European Red List, but it's the global IUCN Red List for OCTs. There is now a relevant link in the call document leading to the EU Red List, which was not there last year. There's a second level of prioritization. So further prioritization of the proposals will be based on specific policy priorities, the EU Birds and Habitats Directive, the IES regulation, and the biodiversity strategy, as described in the core document, but also presented by the policy officer, Frank Bassen, last year in the Info Day, and the link that leads to his presentation is indicated below. His presentation is still relevant, but please mainly refer to the Call 2022 document that has been recently published. So I leave the floor to Gustavo that will tell you a bit more on nature governance.
Thanks, Anita, for this general overview of the nature call, and in particular, the nature and biodiversity topic. Now, the nature and governance topic. I don't know if you had a chance to read the information that is contained in the 2022 core document. In the past, this topic has not been given as much prominence as it deserves. So you might find this presentation useful. If after watching this presentation, you cannot recognize the activities that you have in mind for your proposal, then most likely you should submit it under the nature and biodiversity topic. However, if you can actually recognize your proposal activities, then there is an opportunity for your project to be funded. This is because we welcome good quality proposals. As you might know, the topic has a specific focus. It focuses on 3 aspects: compliance assurance, public participation, and access to justice. Compliance assurance has three components as well. The first one is promote compliance. That is to help stakeholders to comply. Then we have monitor compliance. That is to collect the information about the levels of compliance and provide solid evidence for enforcement. And enforce compliance, which is stopping those that disregard rules, sanctioning, and obliging them to rectify the damage. But also this topic focuses on public participation, as I said, which is the inclusion of the public in the implementation of the EU legislation on nature and biodiversity, and access to justice, which is the right to understand and utilize the legal system. As you can see, this approach is actually quite different as before in the past compared to previous years. That is before the 2021 call, where the environmental governance and information topic also had awareness raising objectives as the main focus. These types of activities are not specifically targeted anymore under the nature and governance topic, but project proposals can still include them if they are clearly and directly linked with governance objectives. We're going to see an example at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. The evaluation criterion for the nature governance topic are the same as for the nature and biodiversity topic. Of course, there are some peculiarities due to its thematic content, for example, the target groups, the expected higher geographical scope, the specific challenges that are faced by these projects, sustainability, resources, but in general terms, they are the same. And that includes impact, as governance proposals must also be result-oriented and outcome-based, and the bonus points. In addition, one thing to really keep in mind is that only proposals with activities directly related to nature and biodiversity are relevant. Also to highlight that there's a separate dedicated governance topic Under environmental governance, there's a program circular economy and quality of life dealing with water, air, noise, chemicals, that includes the polluter pays principle. Now, if your proposal does not have a direct link with nature and biodiversity, but mainly focuses on this principle, then maybe the environmental governance topic is the one for you. As you can see in the next slide, the types of organizations that are expected to be included, be it as partners that belong to the consortium or as target groups, those that are to be influenced, are local, regional, police and customs authorities, agencies and inspectorates, those that discover environmental crime when environmental crime has been committed, supreme public audit bodies, making sure that the public resources are spent well, public prosecutors, judiciary, bringing cases to court and imposing the sanctions, NGOs, academics, and researchers, which act on the ground and aim at influencing policymakers. Now, let's go to the objectives. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, the topic covers three main governance aspects: compliance assurance, public participation, and access to justice, with a focus on nature and biodiversity legislation, such as the Habitats and Birds Directive and the Invasive Alien Species Regulation, with the first objective being promoting effective public participation and access to justice through, for example, the promotion of good practices and supporting implementation. As examples of activities that you can have answering information requests or activities related to the consultation of the public as part of the Article 6 of the Habitats Directive, but also sharing knowledge about rights and access to justice through, for example, the engagement of citizens and stakeholders, so acts and decisions can be checked for compliance, information on rights to review procedures and go to court by individuals and NGO, be it at national or EU level. As you can see, there are many activities that can be covered. Next slide, please. The topic also comprises the development and implementation of strategies and policies. These are high-level enforcement strategies dealing with environmental crime, particularly nature and biodiversity, and the development and use of innovative tools and actions to promote, monitor, and enforce compliance. Examples of activities are compliance monitoring systems and techniques, such as the usual sites inspections, but also surveillance through satellites and drones, intelligence gathering, non-compliance risk analysis, police investigation, data analysis, as well as information collection on and statistics on compliance assurance activities. Another objective of this topic is, next slide, please, the establishment of new or were in place the enhancement of networks of compliance assurance practitioners or experts. These networks are typically of transnational nature and are aimed at increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of those organizations that deal with environmental crime. As an example, you can consult the information that is available online on the project database about the Life EMPRE project, which aimed at building a self-sustaining network of environmental prosecutors and judges. In addition, as you can see in the next slide, the topic focuses on improving the necessary professional qualifications and training, which can be through the preparation of training materials and training activities, while making use and maximizing the use of potential of information technology, IT. We've seen it throughout the pandemic, but the webinars and also massive open online courses are a good approach. And this also includes the educational programs that comprises universities. And lastly, the topic also covers, next slide, please. The topic also covers the improvement of relevant information systems operated by public authorities, because on many occasions, some data are available, for example, on the wildlife crime, but it's difficult to extract, to use meaningful information because simply data are not harmonized, they're not standardized. Also, the creation of an improvement of more efficient systems to handle complaints from the public, and the development of means to engage citizens and others with, for example, hotlines that are available to the public, citizen observatories, and citizen science platforms. So these are the objectives of the topic. I would invite you to look at the project database that is available online. Next slide, please. As you can see, there are a number of past or ongoing projects that fall within the scope of the current nature governance topic, at least to some extent. The project coordinator of Life Plus Nature Guardians, David de la Bodega, is here with us today to present a brief overview of this relevant topic in the context of this topic. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gustavo. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank CINEA by this invitation to present the live Nature Guardians, an important governance projects that we are ending because we are in the last month of the project. So I will present the main results on we have achieved with this project. Next, please. Next slide. Well, Nature Guardians projects is a governance project that aims to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of actions to combat environmental crime, mainly in Spain and Portugal, but many of the actions has been spread to other EU countries and are and could be applied at EU and international level. So we are working with different type of environmental crimes, with fires, illegal waste management, and mainly with wildlife crimes, net destructions, illegal killing of birds, illegal species trafficking, the use of poison baits, the poisoning of wildlife. The project is a very good example of how a life project could engage the different stakeholders combating environmental crime. So we are very different stakeholders. We are, well, this is the coordinator project is Silver Life, the organization that is coordinating this project, jointly with the Guardia Civil. That is the SEPRONA, the environmental service of the Guardia Civil, is the, I think is the first police, the national police involved in a life project. So then we have a regional governance, that is the Junta de Andalucía. They have a very large experience in combating wildlife crime. And then we have our colleagues from BirdLife in Portugal, that is SPEA. What is why we are implementing these projects? Because we think that with governance projects, we can preserve nature. So this is a tool for the conservation of wildlife and protect the species. So just improving the improving the normative, the regulations, the laws, improving the compliance assurance or the enforcement of the law, and to rising awareness of these problems. We are convinced, and we have previous experience with the Life Veneno projects, that is a very effective tool for the preservation of nature. So the duration of the project started in July 2018, and we will finish at the end of this year. Next slide, please. So some of the objectives that we are achieving with these projects. The first one is to increase the exchange of experience and best practice. So we have the environmental Spanish police is a reference at EU level, because they have a very long experience in combating environmental crime. They have very good protocols, training, and they have very good results in court in the investigation of this kind of crimes. And orientation has been to spread this experience and best practice to other regions in Spain, in Portugal, and in other EU countries. Other objectives is to ensure and strengthen the proper enforcement and implementation of environmental and criminal law, with some actions. For example, is the action in court, to bring cases to court, mainly, and to just to improve the regulation of environmental crimes, prevent environmental crimes, raise public awareness, and promote social cultural exchange, improving the conservation status of species and habitats. This is an objective that I told you before, that just improving environmental governance, we are also improving the conservation status of species and habitats, reduce the impunity and increase the determination of criminal responsibility. This is really important, because the feeling that committing an environmental crime is just for free and they have no consequence is important just to avoid, because so to reduce impunity is important just to prevent the environmental crime, and just to reimburse to society the damage done by perpetrators. So another objective is to increase the knowledge of the dimension of environmental crime and criminal motivation. Next steps. Next, thank you. So how we achieve these objectives? So just implementing several actions. We have made a study on the implementation of the directive 2008/99. This is the eco-penal directive that is actually currently be reviewing by the Commission. We have a new proposal on this directive. So CINEA jointly with the RCPP, the Royal Society for the Protection of Law, was the first NGO analyzing the implementation of the directive in 2018, and we have conducted a study to study the implementation in Spain and Portugal, with different recommendations to improve the regulation in both countries. We have organized and held a European workshop on policy investigation. This was a very important meeting involving all the EU countries and non-EU countries, for example, from Latin American countries. This was a meeting organized by EnviCrimeNet, that is the network involving the main environmental police, and Europol. So with the main recommendations for the improvement of the action of this the law enforcement agency. So this the result was were really important, just to move forward in the improvement of these important stakeholders in combating environmental crime. So we also conduct this is a very important actions and result of the project. It's a report on valuation of wildlife species and national at EU regulatory proposal. So a lack in the EU regulation and in many countries is that there is not a methodology for the valuation of economic valuation of wildlife affected by crimes. So we have developed a methodology that could be applied at EU level in Spain and Portugal, just to evaluate this wildlife. This is an important deterrent issue also, and it's the way just to reimburse the damage and the payment of the damage of the wildlife affected by wildlife crimes to the society. Next step, please. We also conduct an innovative study on the origin and motivation of environmental criminality. There are very few studies on this topic, so there are not many studies on motivation of environmental criminality. So we have produced this important report that the methodology which reply by the CINEA, by the Convention of Migratory Species, to conduct a study at international level. So this is will be a reference, this study for other entities at international level. So a very other important action of the project is legal actions for aberrant enforcement of environmental law. So we produce several legal reports. We have a web portal for environmental complaints. We are convinced that society needs to be empowered just to complain and to inform on the different environmental aggressions. And we are just receiving these complaints and reports from society just to pass them to the different law enforcement agencies. We also bring cases to court. So this is something really important. These other important actions. So SEO is taking part in 10 criminal proceedings for environmental crimes, for wildlife crimes, illegal traffic, electrocution, corruption, habitat destructions. But we are also taking part in administrative processing just to ensure the correct application of environmental law by the administrations. For example, we are taking part in administrative processing by renewable energies, species control permits, illegal crops, etc. And in this time, we have obtained 2 convictions by wildlife crimes that is called Par de Leo, is the killing of gulls in Canary Islands, and other case by a company just destroying a habitat without environmental assessment, previous environmental assessment. So and also in Portugal, SPEA is taking part in 8 legal process. So this has been an important tool in, for example, when we have been fighting poisoning in Spain. So because it's really a deterrent measures, and this is the clear actions just to reduce impunity. When an NGO is taking part in the process, this the success of this process increased notably. And this has been approved in Spain. Next slide, please. Other important action has been the production of a manual on police investigation of offenses against biodiversity. This is also an innovative manual, so there is no other manual on this kind of investigation. It's a manual to law enforcement agencies. They collect the experience and practice from the Andalusian government in fighting and investigation of biodiversity crimes. This manual will be published in Spanish, in Portuguese, and in English and in Greek. So, and it will be able in digital form. We also analyze and implementation new techniques, technologies, and practice in law enforcement operations against environmental crimes. So this is the Guardia Civil is just implementing these new technologies with very good results in different operations on against environmental crimes. And this is other very important and innovative action of the project, that is the creation of an environmental intelligent analysis unit in Seprona, in the Guardia Civil. This is the Oficina Central Nacional. This is really important because it's a step forward in the investigation of environmental crime. This unit place the Seprona at the same level of the other units in the Guardia Civil investigating of other crimes as terrorism or drugs or whatever. So this is important because this kind of work, this type of work by applying intelligence is really important just to prevent the crime and to organize different operations, not only acting to the when the crime is committed, but just to organize, prevent, and create intelligence that is important. And this, as I told you, is a step forward in the consideration of environmental crimes as important crimes to be investigated. Next slide, please. We also, for the reductions and enforcement or to improve enforcement of law, we have conducted several trainings for officials in different aspects. For example, on motivation of environmental crime, in legal and technical aspects in proceeding for legal actions against biodiversity, and we also conduct different trainings for law enforcement agents in wildlife environmental crime investigation. So we have conducted this training for more than 1,000 agents has been trained, not only in Spain but abroad in the European Union, and other law enforcement agents officials from, for example, Latin American countries has been involved in these trainings. And we have produced videos that are in our YouTube channels that has been showed by thousands of people. So we have realized that the importance of this training and the good the good accordance by this law enforcement science. Next slide, please. And the last is we focus really on rights awareness and empowering of the people on the rights to also to denounce, to report environmental crimes. So we have a permanent exhibitions in the National Natural Science Museum in Spain with the important in Spain we have an article in our constitutions that's address our right to environmental. See, I'm finished. And so we have this permanent exhibition, and we also have a collaboration with the Spanish Army that we are conducting a campaign with them, and just addressing the importance of the constitutional right to have a sound environment. And next slide, please. So you can have more information and results and documents and so on in this website. At the end of the slide is the guardianes.co.org, and it's available in English. So I invite you just to visit the website and just to check more information in this. And next, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, David, Anita, and Gustavo. I knew that inviting Life Plus Guardians meant maybe a long presentation, but I also know that it was worthy to really show what a nature governance project could look like. But now we really need to rush into the question, otherwise we won't have time to reply to the nature question among them. So I'll ask the back office to show us the slide screen, and we go into it. Maybe I will start with Anita Fasio. That's a kind of practical question, but it is important indeed. From Antonella Petrocelli: resubmitting a proposal not funded last year, can the title be the same, or is it necessary to change it?
No, not at all. It can be exactly the same. You don't need to change it.
Exactly.
The project reference will change anyway because the system is automatic, but the title, the acronym, you can keep exactly the same.
Exactly. So from Isabel Sanchez, no, well, I still take the one from Isabel Sanchez, very specific on the forms. Is it possible to insert tables images within the form for part B, 120 pages limit, to be uploaded in PDF format, or these must be uploaded as other annexes? Anita.
No, you can include graphs and images in the part B. However, remember that you have a page limit of 120 pages, and that you cannot delete any instruction, even if you think they are repeated and so on. You cannot delete the instructions. You cannot reduce the font size. You cannot change also the font type. Be careful, because this can lead to an ineligible proposal, but otherwise you can add graphs or whatever you want in part B. Yes.
Thank you, Anita. I stay with you with Sheila Souza. Can you please tell us the minimum number of partners to present a project?
There's no minimum or maximum number of partners. You can come alone, you can come with a huge partnership. Of course, this will depend on the objectives of the project, and you will need to prove that your partnership, the partnership you have set up, allows the project to be feasible. And this will be assessed, so the composition of your team will be assessed in terms of expertise, in terms of skills and responsibilities during the evaluation.
Okay, I'll invite now Silvia Donato to answer the next question from Rosie Crowley. Is it better to focus on one or two key directives a project contributes to, or should all relevant areas be addressed, for example, Biodiversity 2030, climate adaptation, and so on?
It is difficult, yes, to give an exact answer without knowing what the project is about. Definitely synergies are encouraged, and they are also rewarded under the criteria. So there's not the need to exclusively focus on one. Of course, then there is the priorities. So if it's a Natura 2000 related project, of course, it will have to show the clear impact on those. Nonetheless, among the other priorities, for instance, listed under the biodiversity strategy, the synergies and links with other areas, including climate or the natural disasters or other type of synergies are mentioned. And this means that it will be implicit somehow that a project needs to also show its links and its impact on those areas. So I would say that there's not a clear answer, let's say, to that. It's important to make clear to what is the primary objective, but it doesn't mean that the, other priorities shall not be considered.
Thank you very much, Silvia. I really need Gustavo Becerra here. Question from Jutta Jarl. Fair question, but I know Gustavo has a good answer for this. Only 3 million euro total budget and 2 projects to be financed in Life.gov. Are those the final figures? This is rather discouraging to apply. Gustavo.
I mean, this is a fair point. It's 3 million, and probably, as always, more resources should be available to these types of activities, because it's the implementation of the EU nature directives. However, by separating and having a dedicated topic for this projects don't have to compete with the nature and biodiversity topic. So that's something to keep in mind. And also that in any case, proposals under the nature and biodiversity topic can also include some activities that focus on these aspects, as long as they don't have they're not the main focus. So I would say that rather it would be to focus on submitting good quality proposals, and then they will have a chance.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. Next question, I would like to ask Maria Jose Aramburu to take it. That's from Tim Higgins. Are the priorities 1, birds and apps, 2, EIS, 3, biodiversity strategy in that order, or are they equally weighted?
Good morning. Well, you know that the LIFE program is based on the species and habitats of the habitats and bird directives, and that it is, as it was already said, a prioritization on those that are under unfavorable and declining conservation status. And also that are regarding bird species, also that are under the ORNIS committee list. But as the directives are not really updated, it is also the criteria that the species are under the EU red list of habitats or species are endangered or critically endangered. But for example, if your project is dealing with pollinators, that is a priority for the European biodiversity strategy for 2030. Your project is not in the disadvantages. So you can perfectly present a project on pollinators or dealing with the threat of invasive alien species. It will be equally interesting to get a project on those topics or other ones that are listed in the call. So there is no penalization for presenting other topics, provided that they are in the list of priority topics of the call. So it would be very long to read here all the topics, but you can go to the, I think it's pages 11, 12 of the call, and so you can see the priority themes there.
Yes, thanks, Peppa. We have some general question, but I would really like to focus on the nature question, and there is a nature governance question there. I think that's for you, Gustavo. Could an NGO run a nature governance project with the aim to monitor how effective government agencies are with implementing the 2 nature directives? Gustavo?
I'm reading the question now. Could an NGO run a nature governance project with them to monitor how effective government agencies are with implementing the 2? Yes, the answer is yes. This is a type of activity that could be included in this topic. But
you will really need to explain well the environmental benefits, how you are doing this, how you are reaching this, and
yes, as always, there has to be like a clear baseline and what impact it has to be able to score high in the evaluations.
Okay, we are unfortunately running a little bit out of time because the presentations were so dense today. But I would like to ask Anita if out of these 6 questions that we see there, is there one in particular that you find more relevant and you would like to give a reply to? Anita?
Yeah,
think about it. Yes, indeed. And I will answer in the meanwhile when you think. The one from Lorela D'Amico: receive some preliminary feedback on a project concept with CINEA experts. Yes and no. So we have the one-to-one networking open. You can contact one of us with the area of expertise of your project, but we cannot give you a feedback on your project concept because this would give you an advantage towards that. We can tell you whether your project concept fits in total in the call. We can tell you which call documents you should check, but you should know that already. We cannot give a real feedback on your project concept and say, yes, this will win or not. That we cannot really do. And Anita, I don't know if in the meanwhile,
well, I can quickly answer to a couple, the more general ones.
Yes, just tell us and we highlight them.
Yes, oh, it moved. Yes, the one that on the top, can we plan to carry out activities outside applicant's country? Of course, you can carry out activities in other eligible countries. Actually, this is also encouraged because you get 2 bonus points if this is perfectly justified and essential to reach the objectives of the project. If you were thinking outside eligible countries, you can also carry out activities outside eligible countries as long as these activities are really necessary and essential to achieve the eligible countries' environmental climate objectives. So this is for the one, and there was another one, a general one. Now about a GIE project. If under nature and biodiversity topic you can submit, I don't see it anymore. Governance and information project. Well, no, because of course, all under the topic nature and biodiversity, you will have a part on governance and information or just on information, but it should not be, again, the main focus of the project, because under the topic nature and biodiversity, you will have to implement concrete conservation activities, restoration, protection of species, and so on. So a pure information project would not fit.
Okay, thanks, Anita. I see we have a question for David. David, would you be ready to answer? It's from Anne de Villetoile. She's asking at David, did you have numbered objectives result for the improvement of the conservation status of species and habitats? It might be difficult for governance projects.
In our case, we have the numbers from the different crimes that are affecting wildlife in previous years. So we have the numbers of the trend of the different species affected, and we can compare the data from the previous years to the current year. For example, that we are collecting this information. This is the way just to show how the different measures could improve the status of these species, reducing the impact on of the crimes.
Thank you very much, David. Indeed, in your project, you could measure, and that was definitely a good point for you and for us to see how you could advance. Okay, Rosie Crowley has a question for the crystal ball. Maybe, Anita, you can give an answer. Roughly, yes, how many projects might you be hoping to fund?
Hoping as many as possible. Great numbers, but unfortunately, the budget available is very limited. As you can see, it will depend also, of course, on how much the projects that score very high request in terms of EU funding. If there are very big projects, they will take more budget, of course. So it depends. On the nature and biodiversity, we could probably fund between 30 and 35 projects. Under governance, the governance topic, a couple of projects.
Yes, it all depends actually from the budget that they will request. So somehow this answer is more in the hands of the applicants than in our hands. I saw that there was a question on the final budget, but that's what was already in Anita's slide. So I will not take the one. I would give to Gustavo the next one from Violeta Kotova, still on governance and information. There was a governance information project type related to NAT, but currently there is only governance. Where do the information NAT projects fall under?
Okay, as I was explaining before, the call now is governance and not information, but activities of these types can be included as well. As long as they are clearly and directly linked with the governance objectives. So there's a little bit of scope there. And also, as Anita has mentioned, the other option is under nature and biodiversity topic, but it's to some extent. So it can be included, but it will be only if they address a specific threat or conservation of, for example, a habitat such as peatlands, or to change behavior of people, like, for example, for large carnivores or something like that.
Yes, thank you very much. We need to take one last question and really give the floor to the circular economy and quality of life colleagues. There is one which I think is particularly interesting on the Water Framework Directive. I would like Silvia Donato to try to give an answer. So it's if a project tried to combine the implementation of the two nature directives with lessons from Water Framework Directive, could this be considered as innovative?
Well, the innovation aspect depends really on whether it's something that's not been done before and what has been transferred from one experience to another. I would say that in general, it's possible, but to answer clearly whether this is innovative or can be considered innovative, it depends on what is proposed in concrete. So definitely try to innovate and bring up something new can be considered with some demonstration value, but it really depends on what's proposed and how this shows to be something new in that context.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. And I have expert colleagues in the back office that also highlight, well, but innovative in the country or in the sector, for example. So such general questions are difficult to answer in a plenary like this one. I would really like to thanks the Nature colleagues for joining us, especially David as an external, because I think your project really gave a good example and a good orientation for our potential applicants. For all the questions that you had to David, the presentations and this recording will be online. You have the contacts of the project, so don't hesitate to contact him and try to understand. Of course, thinking that he's closing his project, so he needs also time to focus on the project right now. For the more general question, I really recommend you to read our frequently asked questions. Most of them are actually answered there. And some of the other general questions might be taken from the circular economy and quality of life colleagues, because they actually are transversal and they would apply also to them. So thanking the NAT colleagues, I wish you a pleasant view of the rest of the session. I'm welcoming here the circular economy and quality of life colleagues, and I will have there Fabio Leone, who is the head of sector for circular economy and quality of life, and I will Fabio, I will give you the floor to you for a little bit of introduction before we go into the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Julia. Good morning, everyone. Quickly, a brief introduction to the agenda of the circular economy, because it's a bit slightly different from what we have seen in nature. We have just a small presentation from one of our colleagues, Daria, on a topic that went rather unnoticed in the last call. So we want to just refresh you on this possibility. And then we go straight to the question and answer. So if you have issues about project topics, or you want to know more about what are the priorities in the CQL, they are exactly the same as the previous year. So have a look at the recording of previous year's session, the specific one on CQL, and you will have the overview. So we will then more dedicate the session to questions. So I think that's all from my side. And
indeed, we can give the floor to Daria and see the slides. All right, thank you so much. Okay.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Fabio and Julia. Indeed, as Fabio explained, I will give you a very short presentation that will be focusing on the biohouse topic, which is not a new topic. It was already included under the circular economy and quality of life subcall of last year. However, what we observed that we received only a few applications And the reason why we want to guide through the documentation is really because we are looking forward to your applications if you're interested in this topic. I suggest to go to the next slide, please. As background, as many of you already know, in January 2021, the Commission launched the new European Biohouse Initiative, which is a cultural, economic, and environmental project that is aiming at combining the design aspect, the sustainability aspect, and the inclusiveness, accessibility, and affordability in order to help to deliver the European Green Deal. So it was seen a potential for supporting this new transformational initiative and approach under the LIFE program, and this is why one topic has been included in this call. Next slide, please. Let's go to the previous one again. Thanks a lot. Very quickly, just to remind you that is a topic which is included under the call, Circular Economy and Quality of Life Standard Action Projects. As you know very well, the timeline is the following. So the publication was open for this call on the 17th of May, and you have until the 4th of October 2022 to submit your application. The maximum funding rate is 60%, and in the call document is already also indicated an indicative budget for project, but this is just an indication. So it is up to you to shape your proposal, to shape your expected project and to match to the budget. But please start your preparation as soon as possible. Start drafting your application already now, because there are a number of information that need to be filled in order to be ready to submit a good and successful application. And starting soon will really help you to be more consistent, coherent, and more prepared for a successful application. Next slide, please. If you are really interested in this specific topic, the new European Biohouse, there is a specific priorities. If you go to the page 22 of the call document, you will see what are the focus under this call related to this specific topic. First of all, there is a focus on holistic reduction of environmental impacts on new buildings, and some elements are taken into account, for instance, life cycle approach and green public procurement. Another focus could be around the circular districts involving creation of circular value chains to boost urban economies whilst producing urban and territorial regeneration. And the third aspect is more linked to the biodiversity, and the focus could be on demonstrating biodiversity friendly practice for energetic isolation of buildings. So as you see, there are very interesting focus around which you can build and prepare your proposal. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. Just some background and general information again in order to help you to prepare your application. So the new European Biohouse aims really at connecting innovation, creativity, and designs to citizens' quality of life in both in the urban and in the rural localities. It aims to inspire behaviors and lead a new thinking attract the markets, influence public procurement to make a new way of living possible. It wants to bridge, connect, and blend the green and digital transformations together with the citizens, science, and culture. And the ultimate focus is really behind the buildings. And it aims at helping to reinvest Europe's cultural heritage and shape Europe's future. It is really a transformational approach. And I would like now to go to the next slide. So to conclude, we are very well aware that in Europe there are plenty of very good ideas, innovative solutions, and best practice at sector level and member states level that can contribute to the new European buyouts. Culture, technology, sustainability, and accessibility are definitely not new concepts for architecture and urban planning and rural areas. So there is a ground which is open, fertile for very interesting changes and potential proposals. We expect proposals that combine aesthetic design, sustainability, and accessibility that contribute to create more sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful space in location across the EU and involve as well stakeholders and citizens at the local level in the green transition. And finally, we expect proposals that show how the future can look and bring the European Green Deal closer to our daily lives and living space. So we really wish you good luck with the preparation and we look forward to your applications. Thank you so much for your attention. Don't hesitate to keep in contact with us through the different communication channels. And very last suggestion, follow also the different communication channels from the Commission on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter that are around the buyouts, because it is a very new, interesting, transversal approach, and there are plenty of very good ideas that could be very useful for you to inspire and design your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daria. Indeed, that's what the approach we took this year, to try to focus a bit on the project topic that were kind of forgotten last year. They were there, but applicants didn't grasp them. And this is why we wanted to explain them a little bit further. So thank you so much. I have the pleasure to have Fabio Leone with us as head of sector of the circular economy and quality of life team, but we actually have a good group of people and experts in the field. So I invite the colleagues to switch on their camera, at least for me, so I know who they are and that they are there. Lovely to see you. I would also like to ask the back office to start showing the slides and with the question. And I know that we have already there Milena Shumanova, Federico De Filippi, Cinzia Tegoni, Cesar Sioanes, Daria Tarizano obviously stays with us in case there are Bauhaus questions. Malgorzata Piecha is there, Solon Mias. You will see their faces once the question come up. So I think this is definitely a question for Fabio from Donata Chiari. Fabio, if you're ready to start, I will read it for you. Is there any restriction regarding the technology readiness level, a certain level that should be reached before applying to the calls?
Simple answer is no, there's no any restriction in terms of technology readiness level. What you should care, however, there is certain elements being described in the application form, so have a good read in the instruction that you will receive, that you have in the application form. There are elements that they ask you, if relevant, to explain the technology readiness level. I think it's the project you have more to think about what we do expect from the project. It's implementation and application of solutions. Therefore, if you have normally a solutions which is too early into the readiness level, then you may understand that it doesn't perfectly fit within the remit of a CQL project. Of course, you can have a project which starts with a very low readiness level and end up with a very high readiness level. So keep in mind that more than the readiness level of DRL is what you do, the application you do, and the impact you realize with the application of the solution you're proposing.
And I think that under the climate change mitigation, there would be something to add for the climate session, but I would also invite Cesar to complement here.
Yeah, just is the single exception. I think that in the climate, within the climate call subclima, there is for the climate mitigation part, when they are speaking about energy intensive industries, they mention explicitly that it should be TRL 5 at least for the start, and to reach maximum TRL 8-9 by the end of the project. But that's the single exception, I would say.
Okay, thanks a lot, Cesar. And if you, for people that are interested in the climate action part, stay on after this session. That's the session you will have the answer to your question. I will keep with Fabio for this one, very general, but still with 36 likes. So Fabio, could you provide concrete examples of green project management measures, please?
Green project management, you mean you are running a live project and you have a requirement that the management and the way you work should be taking into account green measures? Yes, I mean the typical example here is that is more concerning the private entities, so the commercial entities rather than the public, is that they need to set up a system in which they do implement, for example, green procurement. You can have plenty of information on the web if you look for the standards at the European level on green procurement. So you can set up guidelines and procedures within your consortia in which you follow certain green procedures for the management, and then there are the other classical one that everyone mentioned in their proposals about less use of cars, maximizing the use of virtual meetings, and so on and so on. If this was the question,
I think it was, and if it's not, remember that you can still contact us via mail. You can look at our FAQs, and maybe this is a question that you can ask in your bilateral with one of us if you really have a specific question. I would like to give the floor now to Cesar Sioanets for the question from Alexandrova. In which cases only best practice can be financed instead of innovation technology, Cesar?
There, just to be clear, I mean, we always would favor innovation, and then in addition, for some topics where we don't find, when we don't mention explicitly that it should be an innovative solution, then we allow as well best practices. Now, by innovation, be careful, because we are relatively generous in the LIFE program, because innovation, we refer to it as innovation within the country or within the sector in the country. So as long as it is something new in your country, for example, we consider it as innovative, but you have to justify it well, of course.
All right, thanks a lot, Cesar. I would like to jump to the question from Anita Bakova. I would like to ask it to Milena Shumanova. So who defines if a result is marketable? If we consider that it is not and write it explicitly, but evaluators think it could be, would we receive less points?
Yes, thanks, Julia. So this question is a little bit, we can turn it upside down a bit, because if you look at the main features of the LIFE focus, in addition to obviously to the positive environmental impacts and environmental protection, it is long-term sustainability, and also the wide take-up of by the society and also by the economy. And so naturally, if a project is going to be economically successful, this will obviously help sustain the long-term environmental impacts. So these types of projects that can clearly prove that they are also economically viable, if we are talking about projects that are developing a technology or service that has the potential to be sold, of course. So these projects will be, of course, scoring higher than the projects who are not strongly and well developed on this point. So I hope this answers the question.
It does for me. Thanks a lot, Milena. I would like to call Daria back on stage for a question from Anne de Villetoile. I think she asked some question yesterday as well. So I'd like to see you on the topic, Anne. Bawa's topic. Should circular districts be in urban areas or could they also be in rural areas, Daria?
Yes, thank you very much, Anne, for this question. Actually, if you go to the call document on page 22, there is indeed a reference to urban economies. However, there is really some interest in seeing a combination of the urban areas with the rural areas. So yes, it is possible to combine urban with rural areas.
Thank you very much, Daria. I would like to ask Cesar to answer the next question. What is the recommended budget for sub-circular economy project?
So, I mean, in this sense, we are relatively flexible, so there is no really prescribed amount. But for example, in the call document, what we are mentioning there in the section 3 available budget is indicative range of project budgets is about between 2 to 10 million in the case of SAP environment, and then in the case of governance projects, a bit smaller, between 0.7 to 2 million.
All right, thank you very much, Cesar. And I'd like to ask Fabio to actually cover probably the two questions that we have there. So first, are the prototypes cost eligible in SAPs? And then maybe you can talk about number of beneficiaries. That's,
yeah, I answered to the easy one. There's a minimum. No, there's not a minimum in the environment calls. As for nature, it's you can come 1, you can come 10. It's more about how best you can achieve your objectives of the project rather than, and then organize your consortia accordingly, rather than thinking about what is the ideal number of beneficiaries. So it's the reverse type of thinking. I see a lot of this prototype. I know that in the former life, of course, prototype had full cost recognized, but in life now, equipment in general, it doesn't need to be a prototype. It's full cost recognized. So you don't need to argue, because you see, sometimes we see a lot of artificial arguing to get the 100%. You don't have to. The prototype doesn't exist anymore in life in terms of a definition. So it's an equipment that has depreciation during the project, full depreciation of the project. Yes, it's eligible, but always think that rather than thinking about the 100% eligibility, think about the sustainability of the project, the replication, the transferability, the upscale, all those elements which will be able to address the award criteria, which are the elements that the expert will judge you against. So think always in that terms, and the ambition of projects sometimes in the circular economy is strictly linked to the capacity to get funded. So more ambition, more risk, then more likely to be funded. Less risk, more conservative, then you have to compete with the others, and then less probability to be funded.
Thank you very much, Fabio. I'd like the very practical approach of this reply. So the minimum beneficiaries has been answered as well. And I'd like to call Margorzata Gosha to answer the question. Now it's switched down. So Patrick Dolinsky, hello all. Is it possible to join live program call if we joined EIC, European Innovation Council, and or Horizon 2022? I think it's 2020, but okay, yes. Gosha, please.
Okay. It's a quite quick answer, because we actually are looking for the projects in life which are building up on experience gained in the previous programs like Horizon or IEC. So in fact, you are even judged during the evaluation process whether you are referring to the experience, to the results previously obtained in other programs. So absolutely, the answer is yes.
Maybe just to add on that, if you also are referring to if you can apply simultaneously, in the year 2022 to Horizon and to EIC and Life, I mean, there in principle, yes, you can do, but you have to flag it, so that because we have to ensure that there is no double funding. We cannot fund through the two programs the same project.
Thanks, Cesar, for putting the dot on the I, as we say in Italian. This is very important. And this is definitely for Daria, even if it's a cross-cut with climate issues. So Daria, how to decide between a new Bauhaus project and a climate action if the project addresses climate adaptation at urban level, incorporating a good design as well?
Yes, thank you for raising this question. Indeed, I can see that there is an overlap between our program and the climate adaptation area. So it is indeed important that you start preparing your proposal as soon as possible and you really match the requirement in terms of call documents and specific priorities that are indicated in the different call documents. I think that if you are able to explain your project and your proposal, this idea could be fitting in our call. However, really start preparing your application as soon as possible. And there are some overlaps, so it is not black and white. It depends the way you design, you conceive your proposal and you justify. Because if you strictly look at the different elements which are indicated on page 22 of the call document for our call, we refer to holistic reduction of environmental impacts, we refer to circular district involving creation of circular value chains, and we refer to restoring biodiversity. So there is no specific explicit mention of climate adaptation. So it is really up to you to build your proposal and see how it can fit in the different priorities in the different calls.
Thank you very much, Daria. I have the feeling that the question from Luisa Marquez on district, maybe it's also still a little bit on a European Bauhaus. I will read it and you will tell me who of you could actually answer. Is there a reference to the size of a district? Depending on the population side, could it be a whole city, metropolitan area? Daria, what do you think?
To my knowledge, there is no specific threshold, no specific size for the population. So it is open, flexible.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And if Cesar doesn't want to comment on this, I could keep him for the next question, which would be on batteries. So it's the third now that we see to be highlighted, please, which is the solution proposed by the EU for recycling electric batteries. Cesar.
I mean, yeah, so what we can say in this sense, at least within also the context of this call, and well, first, from the European Union, in principle, the idea is always to try to favor solutions as high in the waste hierarchy as possible. So first prevent, then reuse, then recycle, and so on. So on this basis, then we have here, because indeed the electric batteries, in particular for vehicles, it's now a hot topic and it will be a big problem. So coming soon. So then we are interested in receiving proposals in this field. And we have one of our priority topics related to recovery of resources from waste. In particular, we say that we are interested in implementation of innovative solutions related to separate collection and recycling of batteries and accumulators.
Thank you very much, Cesar. Let's take this more topics related question. I think that's the occasion for people to get the answer. That's why I would like to go on the question. I would like to ask Solon Mies to join us to answer the question from Jesus Marin on energy savings. And I will read it for you. So would there be room in the LIFE program for developing a project that makes significant energy savings possible in buildings? Solon.
Yes, there are multiple areas in the LIFE program that could respond to such a proposal. For sure, under the CET part of the LIFE program is specifically on energy and buildings. So there are possibilities very strong there for such a proposal. But if we look at also other parts of the LIFE program, like the climate, for example, they also have possibilities for energy efficiency in buildings. And then if the focus is not just on the energy, but also on the methodology, the technology, the material that you're going to use that may come from circular economy, we also have possibilities to look into such technologies within the environment part, circular economy, quality of life of the LIFE program.
Thank you very much, Solon. I would like to ask Francesca Torre to join us for a question from Francesco Della Porta on governance. So I will read the question if it does. Yes, thanks, Nadia in the back office for highlighting the question in the right time. In a standard action governance project, is size of the prototype an issue? We are a small municipality.
Yeah, thanks, Julia. Well, it's true that for environmental governance project, we don't really see a lot of prototype costs because of the inner nature of this type of projects, which are more focused on policy implementation rather than installations of pilot or innovative solutions. This being said, well, environmental governance follows the same financial rules as all the other circular economy standard action projects. So indeed, these types of costs are eligible. There is not a minimum or a maximum sites, as long as they are well explained, justified, and reasonable to the achievement of to the carry out of the project activities and achievement of the expected results.
Thank you very much, Francesca. I would like to ask Cesar to answer the question from Vladimir Harizanov. Can we submit a project only for implementation of good practices under this call?
So, well, this is related to a previous question about innovative and best practices. The answer is yes, in particular best practices. Now, you have to be careful. On the one hand, because if some of the priority topics that we have described in section 2 of the call documents, they are explicitly mentioning innovative, that we're searching for innovative solutions. So then for those topics where we mention innovative, the word innovative, then your proposal would not qualify as targeting that priority topic because it is not innovative. For the rest, when it is not mentioned innovative, then we accept also, we will accept as fitting the corresponding topic if it is a best practice. You can prove that it is a best practice. Now, in any case, please also be aware that even if you don't fit any of the priority topics, your proposal, if it has very good environmental impact and is good value for money, then I mean it will not be just discarded because it does not fit within one priority topic. So we encourage you to submit as well. Yeah, and then the only thing is that if the best practice is, let's say, something totally extended in the country and it has not really added value, then it will not fit so well, I would say. No, so okay, you should show that indeed the best practice that you want to implement, that is not something that is so extended in the place or the sector where you want to apply it.
Thank you very much, Cesar. Maybe Solon, do you want to give the water example which could apply for
yes,
that
Julia,
one?
Thank you. One such example where it's clear is in the water sector, for example. For the water topics, you will see under water quality and quantity that almost all topics say somewhere the word innovation. However, if you look at floods and droughts under the nature-based solutions, we are explicitly not asking for innovation, and for that we open the door basically to best practice proposals to come in. That's a clear example where we use this.
Thank you very much, Solon. The next one, like by 8 people, is definitely for Fabio. So the people want statistics. How many proposals were submitted for 2021 circular economy call? What was the success rate? What was the minimum score requested to get funding?
Yeah, this is always every year. There's always these questions. The problem is that we are not yet finished. We just notified yesterday or the day before yesterday to the applicants, so we have to go still through the process of the negotiation with the applicants and the signing of the grant agreement. So in principle, once we've done that, we will be able to know the success rate, the minimum score, and so on, because this is depending on the how the negotiation goes with the project, if all the projects are financed, if there are additional budget available, and so on and so on. So it's a bit complicated to answer. You can look at the past. I don't know the exact number. This I should have known. The submitted 2021. I don't know the numbers, but
there is a news article.
Exactly. I think
on
it was
the live
published.
website, dated sometimes November, where we actually add those numbers.
The numbers. So it's there. So whenever we're ready to give you information, we push it out. The national contact point, for example, submission in your country has the information about how many are submitting in your own country, what was the budget, how many people. So they have this information. And then as soon as we finalize ourselves, we communicate this information to the chain. Yeah, I think that is it. Let's say success rate, just as what, I don't know if you were participating yesterday to the plenary, it was mentioned, the success rate can vary. In circular economy and quality of life, it was historically around 10, 11%, 15%. This is normally, if you compare it with other programs, 10 times more success rate or possibility, or 100 times more possibility than other EU funded programs like Horizon, which competition is far higher.
Okay, thank you very much, Fabio. There was a question on Bauhaus. So presenting the topic actually helps to attract people interest. I would like to ask Daria to come in to reply to the question on Bauhaus. What kind of results are expected for proposals focusing in the new European Bauhaus in terms of population, energy efficiency?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. Actually, there are no thresholds in terms of population. And as we said before, if you look on page 22 of the call document, there is a list of topics, there is a list of elements around which you can focus the preparation of your proposal. But indeed, it is very good if there is a proposal that you're focusing on both on the urban area and the rural area. There are no limits in terms of population, but there is an European dimension. So if you can broaden the scope of your proposal, of course, this could be very interesting because you involve more stakeholders in a larger geographical area. And the other aspect, the energy efficiency, I would like to make also a link with a question that was previously asked, that was answered by Solon. Energy efficiency is definitely a key priority for the European Union. We have seen there is a lot of efforts in order to move out from the fossil fuels, and not only there is a focus on renewable energies, but also on improving the energy efficiency of the building. So yes, in a proposal, it is extremely interesting and much valued if you can focus on energy efficiency of the building. And the concept of the building, it is not the traditional building, it is the green building. So combining energy efficiency with all the different requirements around Bauhaus will really be considered as something positive, but there are no limits in terms of threshold for population.
Thank you very much, Daria. I know that we are already over the time, but we started a little bit later, so let's use this time efficiently. There is a question from Francisco Lara, which I would like to ask to Francesca Torre. So we keep on the French side, or Francesco's side. Francesca, is it necessary to have a company incorporated to apply with a project?
It's not mandatory to have a company in the consortium, although I would say that it is highly recommended to have it there in case, for instance, you plan to develop a technology solution, a pilot, or a demonstration project. What is important is to have ideally all the value chain represented, so that also, for instance, end users are included in the partnership, or that at least some interest, they show some interest in the proposal.
Thank you very much, Francesca. There is a tricky question, but it's relevant, and I hope Fabio can help us to answer that one. So I will read it so that the back office can find it. It's about large projects. I have the impression LIFE is now prioritizing large projects instead of smaller, more local grassroots projects. Is it correct, Fabio?
It may give the impression, yes, but if you look at the project that have been financed, you will look as soon as they get. It is not the case. There is a good mix of big, large, and small projects. It's more about the contribution as to the European objectives, the European added value. In some cases, the two are matching, true. So a large project can make a difference in addressing an issue at the European level. In some other cases, not. So I would not generalize. I understand that this is the impression also because it's the way projects are assessed. Impact is one component, but it's not the only one, and the size of impact. No.
Thank you very much, Fabio. I know there was a very specific question on noise that appeared and then disappeared. If I can ask Nadia Lamandas in the back office to put it there. Super. That's from Mario Leonetti. So we see his face when he switches on his camera. And I will start reading the question. The noise topic is briefly presented in the call compared to other topics. Are projects proposing other solutions to reduce noise in urban areas eligible, Mario?
Yeah, they are eligible. As far as I read the topic, it's mainly focused on solutions that are environmental and economic sustainable in densely populated area. So in terms of eligibility, everything that it leads to a clear environmental benefit, in this case reduction of noise in densely populated area, is eligible. Then there is the second issue is how to fit the topic. The topic gives some examples here, so it tells you where the noise reduction must happen, and then gives you some example. These examples are general, when I so explicitly explained, are the one that should be preferably addressed in the proposal. These two fit the topic. It's not an issue of eligibility.
Thank you very much, Mario. Yeah, you wanted to add something? No. Okay. No, I think I'll ask Melina Shumanova to answer the next question. Is the one from Stephanie Renault. If our project is ready to the market, wait, now I don't see it anymore. Yes, how the revenues generated are considered in the project. Melina.
So thanks, Julia. Possible revenues that you foresee that would be generated by the project, they should already be identified as much as it is possible in the full proposal at the submission stage. In terms of the profit, based on the grant agreement special conditions, the profit should not be produced by LIFE projects, by LIFE grants. So basically at the end of the project, we then calculate the revenues that have been generated, and these are then deducted from the final EU contribution. But this is all determined at the final payment stage. I hope this replies to the question.
Thank you, Melina. I really think it does. Then I would like to ask Fabio to come on the question about revenues. Let me spot it back.
It was somehow
disappeared.
Yeah, it disappeared. It was addressed in somehow from Milena. In short, you are perfectly fine to generate revenues during the project. Actually, we wish we would have a lot of project generating revenues during the project execution. We do have some of them, of course, as Milena said. In the moment you generate so many revenues that you actually in profit, so you have covered all your costs and you're actually gaining on top of what you are doing, then we will slowly, depending on how much profit, we will slowly retract our part of financing. That is, I mean, I guess it's understandable. But we would wish to get at that level, because it's really the best sustainability in terms of a project that can run independently afterwards.
Thank you very much, Fabio. I would like to, now we have to use the time very efficiently. I would like to ask Cesar to please come in for the question from Jose Manuel Garcia and keep your answer brief so that we can still answer one or two. For circular economy, if we need to test the tech in a pilot plant, the cost of the pilot would be eligible or just the depreciation once is activated?
Oh, so the cost, so now in the new calls now 2021 2027 we have in principle by default full cost depreciation for equipment, so as long as for example if you are building the pilot plant within the duration of the project, then those costs in principle are fully, well, they are considered as fully depreciated. Now, you would need to confirm that that pilot plant will be used for the same purposes until the end of its life. Otherwise, if you are going to give different use and so on before it's fully depreciated, you should explicitly mention it, and then it will be depreciated as much as it is used for the purpose of the project. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Cesar. I'd like to give the floor
to Fabio
Fabio on this one.
Yeah,
okay, thanks.
Because if the meaning of the question was, I have a solution, I'm going to test it in an existing pilot plant, can I charge the pilot plant? Yeah. Then you can only charge the use of during the period that you are, so the depreciated part during the period of the test, not the entire plant, obviously.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask Francesca to come in on the question from Anne de Villetuel. The 2022 calls mention a maximum of 2 subtopics will be considered. In practice, can we mention more subtopics to highlight synergies?
I would say that I would suggest not to do that much, in the sense that this can create a bit of a confusion. So applicants will be requested when applying to select under Part A of the application form one panel, the corresponding panel, and the descriptor. And then in Part B of the same application form, they will have to fill in a section, which is section 1.3 on compliance with the objectives and call topic, when they can indeed explain to what extent they fit with the selected subtopics. While for synergies, there are different sections, especially we evaluate synergies with the other life subprograms under section 1.7, since thanks to this, applicants can get 2 points of bonus, of extra bonus, and as well as synergies with other policy areas not covered by life under section 1.8, and these kind of synergies are, on the contrary, evaluated under the our criterion 1 on relevance.
Thank you very much, Francesca. We went over our time, but there are still 2 questions liked by 5 people. I think that Solomias could help us in replying to the first for sure, and maybe also give a glimpse of an answer for the second one. So I'm talking about the question on how it is possible to demonstrate the potential for upscaling and replication of results already at the proposal stage. Solon.
I think the two questions are related.
Indeed.
How can you do such a demonstration at proposal stage? It's quite difficult, obviously, but if you bring the right partners inside, those, for example, those end users that are going to have a pilot, the demonstration within their premises, and if there's some sort of commitment and also planning with budget, for example, for a future upscale of that demonstration within the end user premises. Also, you could come with other potential partners, having done a kind of market analysis of where other end users could be for your demonstration, for example, or your pilot or your end product, and show that they're interested, if the project is successful based on the de-risking that you did during your project, to actually have the results also replicated within their premises. And all this, it would be good to have some sort of deliverables showing this within the proposals, so that we feel confident that these are things that you're actually going to do during your proposal. Going to the next question on the differences. Well, catalytic potential means that you might have a big potential in the future, exactly in terms of replication, jobs creation, further impacts. It could be catalytic, could mean anything within the sectorial part, within the geographical part, within the socioeconomic part. So it's a very broad. Sustainability, on the other hand, means that whatever you created during the project will be sustained. So we want what you're made as a demonstration or pilot, perhaps it was a small scale, it would be upscaled, or if it was a full scale that is maintained, that you're not just going to take it apart after the project end and just basically throw it back into the bin. So we want to see that the budget that has been used by Life is actually used and it's sustained there. And exploitation can have actually a very broad meaning again. There you should have an exploitation plan if you don't have a business plan within. So how are you going to use all these results? And it ranges from a whole range of things, from even simple dissemination information to actual use of the information for replication and for future projects even.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Solon. Thank you to all the colleagues that were there with the expertise. You don't know, but there were actually even more colleagues behind, ready to reply. So I'd like to thank them too. I think that Cinzia Tegoni and Federico De Filippi didn't get the floor, but I really want to remind you that we as CINEA experts are also there for you for a bilateral meeting on B2Match. So there you will be able to search the area of expertise and ask your questions. Some of them could be answered in that setting. Others are definitely from the frequently asked questions. So read them, and of course read the call documents. Once you will know them as good as Cesar knows them, you will rock your application for sure. I thank you all. I'll invite on the stage the next colleagues to come for the climate team. Thank you, everybody, for the circular economy and quality of life team. There is a lot of work to do. As Fabio said, we are still in the process of finishing Life 2021. That's why we don't have much statistics to share on that side, but there are a lot of lessons learned, and this is what we are sharing in this occasion. Of course, the climate people will enter, but this is the time to take a break. And I hope you will excuse us that the break is actually shorter now, because we will be back at 11:30 after the break. And we will give you now approximately 12 minutes to watch some great videos from the finalists of the Life Awards 2022. This year, we're celebrating 30 years of Life, and we are awarding the best project that concluded last year. So use this time wisely to relax, get a coffee, stretch your legs, and maybe have a look at the great videos of these nominees for the Life Awards 2022, and take the time to ask your climate question in Slido, hashtag #EULive2022. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this little coffee break and watching the great results of the project that concluded in last year and are now nominees for the Life Awards. That's a ceremony not to be missed on 30th of May. So, and that's actually something to look forward, because you are applying now and you might become one of the best projects in the future once your project is over. But now it's a pleasure for me to welcome on stage the colleagues from the Climate Mitigation and Adaptation team. I will quickly give pass the stage to Bernd. Just let me remind you that you can still ask your question on Slido. The hashtag is #EULive2022. And now, Bernd, the floor is yours, and I wish you good luck with your session. I will be in the back office if you need me.
Thank you, Julia. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Live Info Day, the session on climate action, climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation. I'm Bernd Decker, head of sector of the Live Climate Action subprogram, and I will guide you through the next 90 minutes of this session as a moderator and also provide some technical inputs. Just briefly, the session is structured in 3 main parts, which is first to provide you an overview on the priority topics for the call 2022. This will be provided by colleagues from the Director General Climate Action. Then secondly, we would like to provide you with a couple of typical project examples to inspire you a little bit what we fund under climate action, Live Climate Action. And thirdly, that would be the essence of this presentation or this session, to provide you an overview on the submission techniques and the evaluation process for Live Climate Action project. At the end, you will have the opportunity, of course, to ask questions, but we hope that with the presentations, we will be able to cover most of your questions. So let's start with the call 2022 priorities, and I would like to hand over to my colleagues Maria Velkova and Peter Löffler, who will present this year's priorities to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Bernd, and good morning, everybody. So in our presentation, we will start with highlighting the latest developments in the area of climate action policy and legislation, and then we will go through the call text and priorities as announced. So with the next slide, I would like to highlight our main, actually overarching ambition, which is the European Green Deal, where the EU pledges to develop a modern, sustainable and resilient Europe. Climate action is actually at the heart of this pledge, and in fact, we have now in law our objective for 2050, which is climate neutrality. Now it's a binding target, and moreover, in order to reach this binding target of climate neutrality in 2050, we as European Commission has proposed to increase the ambition for 2030 to at least 55% emission reductions. In comparison to the previous target, this is actually quite an increase. You may recall that we were aiming at 40%. However, the climate crisis is there and it's a reality, and we don't have a choice but to accelerate the transition to climate neutrality as fast as possible. So in order to do that, actually you as Life future projects and beneficiaries have a very important role. But first of all, we will try to explain to you what we do at EU level, because a lot of it is done through regulation and policies and through financial support. So next slide. actually is a puzzle of different regulatory measures, which the European Commission put forward last year in July, and it is known as the Fit for 55 package. In fact, what we did, we reviewed all the relevant climate legislation and energy legislation in order to be able to reach this more ambitious target of 55% by 2030. So I'm afraid no legislation, no sector was spared. Starting with the emission trading scheme, for example, where we, for example, include the maritime sector, but we also propose to create an additional emission trading scheme for road transport and buildings. We have proposed to revise the land use, forestry and agriculture regulation, and with an aim to reach climate neutrality from the land use, forestry and agricultural sectors in 2035. We have increased the ambition for the CO2 emissions from cars and vans. New cars and vans will have to have zero tailpipe emissions in 2035. So it's really quite ambitious, all what we are proposing, but we hope and we know that it is possible and it is really necessary. We have also revised the targets for energy efficiency and renewable energy to 39% and 40% respectively. I'm not going to go in more details in that. If you're working in any of these areas, please read the respective legislation and policy, because this is important in order to submit policy relevant project proposals. So next slide is actually, with this slide, I would like to also say that in addition to what was proposed in July last year, we are actually also revising other linked legislation. And in April this year, for example, we have proposed to revise the very successful F-gases and ozone depleting substances regulations, because they, even if very successful, they still can deliver more. So we have in fact increased the ambition there. For example, they are further prohibitions, for example, for use of F-gases in applications where we know they are sustainable alternatives already. We also put an emphasis on the illegal trade of F-gases, because this is also very important to reduce the impact of these substances on the climate. So next slide is a very packed slide, and it is on the sustainable carbon cycles. This is actually something very new, and it is an area where we actually are not regulating at the moment, and this is the so-called negative emissions, or we prefer actually to call them net carbon removals, that can be delivered either by nature-based solutions or industry solutions. So by nature-based solutions, I can give you examples which are quite well known, such as forestation or rewetting of peatlands or carbon farming. And industry-based solutions, for example, when we have a combination of direct air capture and carbon capture and storage, so geological storage of the CO2 that is captured from the atmosphere. There are various solutions, and we actually examining which are these solutions that can deliver net carbon removals. And why is that so? In fact, this is a very important piece of legislation that we are actually preparing, because in order to reach climate neutrality in 2050, we have to compensate for emissions from agriculture or transport, where we know that by 2050 there will be some residual emissions. And after 2050, in any case, we have we have to deliver more actually carbon removals than emissions. So it is very important to create the environment for and the business case for net carbon removals. And this is what we are doing, and we will be coming with a proposal for certification scheme of these net carbon removals by the end of the year. Next slide. And this is the last slide on climate mitigation side, which is actually, I would like to highlight the REPower EU Communication and Action Plan, which you have no doubt heard of already, because yesterday the communication itself came in March, but yesterday the Commission proposed a detailed action plan. REPower EU is our actually response to the Ukraine crisis, to the war there, and in fact it accelerates the transition to clean and sustainable economy by three main ways. The first and foremost is energy saving and energy efficiency. Second of all, acceleration of penetration of renewable energy, and third, the diversification of energy sources. So it's a very comprehensive plan. I really don't have time here to go into much detail, but I would like to just highlight that what is relevant really for what we have mentioned in the call for 2022 is two specific actions. One is around heat pumps, and the other one is on biomethane. Heat pumps have a great potential to reduce emissions and to move away from to help us move away from fossil fuels. And that's why we're putting such an emphasis on heat pumps, with the ambition to double actually the penetration of heat pumps by 2030. However, heat pumps also use F-gases. So it is very important to find solutions that actually use sustainable alternatives in the heat pumps. That is one element. And the other element is biomethane, where biomethane can help us actually reduce use of natural gas, where we are quite dependent on supplies from Russia. And this is there is a lot of resource in the EU that is still not being used. So the focus here is on using waste and residues for production of biomethane. So that is what I wanted to say on REPower EU, and I would like to invite you really to look at all the relevant documents. Then next slide, I believe, is now already on what we have to do to adapt to climate change, and I pass the floor to Peter.
Right, this is for me. Good morning to everyone. So I'm Peter Leffler. I work in DG Klima like Maria, but I'm from the unit which deals with adaptation to climate change. And it's really great to be with so many people in the room, to see so much interest in life. You probably know the saying that if you're already in a hole, stop digging. And what Maria was just saying is that we are making every effort to stop digging and to cut and eventually really sort of neutralize our greenhouse gas emissions as fast as we can, because this is our best chance of limiting climate change. But the sad reality is that we are already in a hole, that climate change has already started, and that it will continue and even accelerate throughout the century, whatever emissions scenario we have. And so we will not get the climate which we are used to, we will not get it back. We will be living in a different reality in the decades to come. No one says this more loud and clear than the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and their new 6 assessment reports, of which sort of the 3 individual working group reports have come out, and we're awaiting the synthesis report. But in essence, what these reports say is that yes, we can still limit climate change and we need to cut emissions. But unfortunately, right now, we are actually not anywhere near on track to reach the Paris 1.5 degree goal. We may even hit it in the second half of this decade already. And the report in the middle on climate change impacts, adaptation and vulnerability, the IPCC experts themselves were surprised just about the size and the dimension of the climate impact seen so far, which was actually more than they expected in the previous report. And so adaptation has become a real urgency now. We need sort of to prevent what we can avoid, but also to adapt what we cannot avoid. And this is what this report is saying. Next slide, please. And so in the context of these observations and the fact that we will, climate mitigation and adaptation are not options anymore, we will need to do both. I'd like to draw your attention to Article 5 of the European Climate Law. So this law, of course, enshrines our climate neutrality commitment into law. But Article 5 also establishes a legal duty to adapt. So it requests EU institutions and member states to ensure continuous progress in enhancing adaptive capacities, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerability. It requires the EU and all member states to adopt adaptation strategies, which are actually all in place now, and there are provisions on making adaptation policy coherent, integrated into all economic sectors, all policy areas, all levels of governance, and focus on the most vulnerable and impacted populations. And this is really important because before we didn't have sort of this legal duty to adapt in the EU, and now we have it. Next slide, please. And as foreseen in the climate law, we also published last year the new EU adaptation strategy. And those of you who are interested in that, I'm sure you have read it. So there's no need for me, I guess, to go through this sort of very dense and comprehensive document, which sort of is sort of developed around three pillars, sort of what we call is the Holy Trinity: smarter adaptation, more systemic adaptation, and faster adaptation. And there's a whole set of actions. Actually, we in the Commission are working right now on about 130 individual measures in order to help implement and put into practice the strategy. There's also an important chapter on the international dimension of adaptation policy, which, however, in the context of today's event is a bit less relevant. Next slide, please. Now, before we go into the core priorities, let me just say, sort of show two more slides and highlight a few more points which are important for this year's call. What we added compared to last year's call, which worked pretty well, we thought, we added a bit more emphasis on the need to avoid maladaptation, i.e. adaptation solutions which seem to help us adapt, but actually are counterproductive and which reduce our resilience and expose us to more risks in the future. I'm thinking on, I have inherent climate risks. Classical example here is air conditioning. If we've got a fossil fuel-based energy system still, or irrigation, where you sort of, where you're in a situation where you have already not enough water, and then you take even that little water to a particular place and take it from somewhere else, and you reduce the vulnerability of reduce the resilience of other places. So that's sort of this need to avoid maladaptation and to engage in pathways which are sort of really no regret. Then second, that was an important point in innovation in last year's call, and we strengthened a bit more in this year's call. What we've seen in the past is that coming from the sort of the live past, also we saw a number of projects which did lots of good things on nature-based solutions, but sort of these were sort of more traditional sort of ecosystem restoration projects, and then applicants wrote just an adaptation narrative around them and said, and now this is an adaptation project. This is not completely wrong. We need more nature restoration for adaptation, but it's also not good enough to qualify as a real good adaptation project, because what we need for adaptation is really a specific intervention logic. And so you need to be clear in your proposals. What specific climate risks and vulnerabilities do your projects address? So you need, make that explicit. What is really the adaptation problem? And then how do the actions which you propose help to reduce this problem and address your vulnerability? So what's their suitability? In red, then the third point, implementation. We added a bit more emphasis on implementation this year compared to last year, because we realized that many projects limit themselves to developing methods and tools and all that, and maybe test and pilot them, but then not implement them. And what we do, and I mentioned the urgency of adaptation, we do want adaptation to be rolled out and implemented. So there's much more focus on implementation, in addition to testing and all that. And of course, monitoring and evaluating, because adaptation is a process. It's really not a defined end goal. So along the adaptation process, you need to have something which tells you, okay, I'm on the right track, or I'm leaving sort of the good pathway. Yeah? To help you sort of get this intervention logic right, on the right of the screen, you see sort of this adaptation support tool, which is one sort of tool which really walks you through these steps, and which you can find on our knowledge exchange platform, Climate Adapt. So if you're sort of unsure on how to develop your intervention logic, use that tool, and I think it really helps you to sort of get your thoughts clear. Last point here on this slide, we also added synergies to the EU mission adaptation to climate change. Some of you have probably learned about this mission. It's sort of a new kid on the block. It's part of the Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Framework Program. And I'll actually tell a few more details about the mission in the next slide, please. Okay, so this is the mission, adaptation to climate change, also managed in our unit with the help of colleagues from CINEA and the colleagues from DG Research. A fairly big budget, not exactly 400 million euros until 23, but almost €1 billion until 27, to help at least 150 European regions and municipalities to become climate resilient by 2030. And in order to do so, this mission not only plans to support regions and communities to sort of define their pathways and get everything lined up, but also help to implement them. And there's also some focus on sort of, we tend to call them lighthouse projects or flagship projects, but really large scale demonstrators. Why is this meaningful in a live info day? Because in some regions, you may sort of think, oh, I either go for the adaptation mission and apply for funding there, or I go for live. And that may actually really be a choice and something you need to sort of figure out for yourselves. Ideally, of course, we would hope that you've got enough capacity to do both things and link them to one another. So this is the relevance of the adaptation mission in the context of live. So we hope this works as a package. And we hope also that you help us make this work as a package. With all that said, I think back to my next slide and to Maria.
Thank you, Peter. So we will now present the areas of intervention in the 2022 call, starting with climate mitigation. So the next slide. So in climate change mitigation areas of intervention, you will, if you have participated previously, you will notice that there isn't a major change, but nonetheless, there are some elements that are now in focus in this year. So we start first with the actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the sectors that are not covered by the EU emission trading scheme. And here we have two focus areas. One is the reduction of use of fluorinated greenhouse gases and ozone depleting substances. And there, in particular, we call for projects that help recovery, recycling, reduction of ozone depleting substances in foams, but also of F-gases in various applications. Then we also are looking for sustainable alternatives to F-gases, in particular in heat pumps, as mentioned before, but also in electronics, switchgear, or any other use would be eligible. We also would like to call for action to remove barriers posed by standards, which are related to the introduction of these new alternatives, for example. Then, other than that, we have the area of zero emission mobility, where we're calling for zero emission fleets and services. There's, perhaps an emphasis on services because more can be done there. And also what we want to put an emphasis on is that road transport is a very important contributor to emissions, but also there could be actions that are directed at non-road transport, for example, marine or intermodality, interoperability, and to allow goods and people to use transport that is flexible and easy to use, and to switch from different models of transport in order to reduce, of course, always with the aim to reduce emissions. So this, when we talk about road transport, of course, there the move is to electromobility. So there's still a lot of room for innovation there, such as smart charging, using energy storage to allow more renewable energy to be incorporated in the grid and not to be lost, for example. So the next area of big area for intervention, sorry, if you go to the previous slide, I need to spend a little bit more time on it. It's just the next area I was mentioning is the actions that enhance the functioning of the emission trading system. So these are innovative actions that can help emission reduction in energy intensive industries. What we have put an emphasis on this time, or really not an emphasis, but rather included actually actions that actually can address emissions from the procurement for the supply of raw materials. So we look actually upstream to the supply chain. We also have included actions that are linked to recycling and recovery of materials, but they should be always linked to energy intensive industries, because obviously these actions, there is a big effort in this area in the circular economy part of life. So in addition to that, there is always a possibility to have actions on renewable energy and energy efficiency, but only to the extent these are not covered under the Clean Energy Transition Sub-Program. And here is what is relevant is what I already mentioned, is the actions that support the penetration of biomethane and biogas. And then the last big area in the climate change mitigation is the area to support reduction of emissions, or rather carbon sequestration by land and sea management practices. And here we make the link with the sustainable carbon cycles communication. So the possibility to support solutions that would enhance carbon removals in soils and biomass, but also use of harvested biomass in long-lived products such as wood construction materials. And of course, it is also possible to have actions on non-CO2 emissions from agriculture and farming. So that is on the climate change mitigation side. So now we move to climate change adaptation.
Okay.
Next slide.
Back to me, all nice and clear. Thanks, Maria. On climate change adaptation, there isn't actually so much I have to say here. I mentioned already sort of what we tried to sort of put into this year's call compared to last year's call. Focus on implementation, strong intervention logic, links to adaptation mission were relevant. The areas under this year's call are essentially the areas under last year's call, and these are the areas which are defined in the multi-annual work program for LIFE 21 to 24. And they actually all flow directly from the EU adaptation strategy. So any of these areas which we have in the call are important elements to implement the EU adaptation strategy. We hope the description of all these areas in the call is nice and clear, and if they are not, we can address this maybe in the discussion later on. So I'm not going to sort of read those titles here. You see them on the screen. So this is the first one. Next slide, please. And the second one, water management, extreme weather events, financial instruments. There isn't really a choice here. We believe we need to do all these things at the same time. And so I think this is sort of a large list for you to pick and mix for your projects. With all that said, briefly back to Maria again on governance projects.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. So next slide, which covers actually all the areas of intervention for climate governance and information projects. So to remind, these are projects to help development, implementation, monitoring and enforcement of EU legislation and policy at local level by public and private actors and involving the civil society. So there's really a very wide area of actions that we are calling for, and they start from support to the operation of the European Climate Pact, which actually is trying to involve all parts of the society in order to contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation by, for example, incentivizing behavioral change, because it is so important. We really, every one of us has to be part of the solution, and some of the actions are very easy to take, but we just don't think to take them. And citizens can be actually very active in tree planting, for example, in installing green roofs on their buildings, in switching from cars to bicycles. But these actions have, there is actually a lot of room to help this change of behavior through life projects. Another potential area of action is raising awareness of, even if we know that actually all citizens are very aware of climate change and the need to take action, one can be very surprised that there are actually good projects such as wind energy projects that can be stopped at local level. So unfortunately, we have to use our lens for all different reasons, for generation of renewable energy included. So there is actually a room and potential to increase awareness both in the area of adaptation and mitigation. Then I won't go in much more detail in the other areas, but they really touch upon all different aspects of climate change, mitigation and adaptation policy and legislation. Just perhaps mentioning the last area here for intervention, which is climate policy monitoring, assessment and ex post evaluation, because it is important when there are solutions that are developed and you find at local level that they are working, it is very important that such actions are replicated. So it is important to understand actually what is working, what's not working, and to replicate the best practices. And with that, I finish on this part, actually, which is the call 22. And I have one more slide, I believe, I hope, which is actually something completely else. But I really wanted to use the opportunity to advertise another related call, which is under the Innovation Fund. And this is the call for small-scale projects. And this is specifically relevant for potential applicants in the climate mitigation area, because with the small scale projects call under Innovation Fund, we can support climate mitigation or reduction of emissions in energy intensive industries, renewable energy, energy storage. And the big difference with life is that actually we can support slightly bigger projects. So, but there is still a limit of the capital expenditure, which is 7.5 million. And actually there is a minimum of 2.5 million. So perhaps you're thinking of developing a project that you may think is too expensive for life. Think of applying for the Innovation Fund, or you're developing a project first with life, and maybe you're thinking of upscaling it, and then you can apply either in this call or in the next call, because under the Innovation Fund, we are running actually annual calls for proposals, both for small scale, but also large scale projects, which I'm not going to talk more here about. And just to be clear, there are two links which are on this slide. We have actually had already an info day on this call, and there is an active help desk where you can actually ask questions if you're interested. So here in the Q&A session, obviously, we're going to focus on the LIFE program and the call for 2022. So this is all I wanted to say from Climate Action Director General. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Peter. Thanks a lot for this overview. Very clear what applicants are expected to propose and to submit. Maybe just one immediate question which came from the audience, which I would like to ask you. The question reads, the proposed EU regulation on deforestation-free products is not mentioned among the relevant policies. Is a project focusing on this relevant for this call?
I believe it is relevant. We have focused on, well, we have highlighted certain key legislation, but I would say any project that will help climate mitigation or adaptation is eligible.
Okay, good, thanks. So we move on to the next part of the presentation. We will now go more into the mechanics. So we divert a little bit from the previous session of circular economy and quality of life. So you get a full flower bouquet of types of presentations. Please go on with, and you can skip the next slide and to go immediately to the next one. So my colleagues, Laura Ciapichelli and Darek Urbaniak, they will present you some typical projects illustrating the policies which just have been mentioned. So Darek, you may start with climate change mitigation, please.
Thank you very much, Bernd, and thank you very much, Maria and Peter. So Maria has already made quite extensive introduction about what is called the climate change mitigation. So of course, I'm going to go back to that. What I prepared for you is a few examples of projects that are covered under this F-gases area. This is quite popular. We'll see quite a few applications in that area. This is due to the high policy priority, again, as Maria mentioned before. So the majority of projects that are focused on the F-gases, what they try to do is to either come up with a new cooling factor or cooling agent that will replace the highly potent F-gases. And as an example, you can see an ice cream machine that is developed by one of our Italian beneficiaries, a very small SME company, which thanks to the support from LIFE, is becoming one of the market leaders in producing clean and green ice cream machines that use a very low zero GDP coolant in their machines. The other example shows you the high voltage device where our beneficiaries attempt and try actually successfully to replace again the cooling agent from a very potent F-gas to the low GDP. The interesting element of this specific project is that it already cooperates with the transition system operators, and they already ensure the uptake of the solution. Another example is on the bottom left-hand side. You see, you're very familiar with this picture. It's in every supermarket. A lot of energy is going to the cooling of those devices, and one of our beneficiaries is developing a system also replacing the F-gases with the natural one, that at the same time is cooling the products and using the excess energy, for example, during the winter, to heat the supermarket and vice versa in cool it in the summer. The product is tested, of course, in the north, in the south of Europe, different climatic areas, and the plan is that this will be going on the market quite soon. Another example is kind of traditional domestic air conditioning unit. Again, our beneficiary here replaces the cooling agent to a very low GDP. Now, of course, there are many differences. We also receive many questions. The approach is technology neutral. So if you apply under the specific challenge, then you're free to develop your own cooling factor as long as it's lower. It has a lower impact than the existing F-gases, which should be phased out. And other areas of projects, we actually have several ones are related to recycling and recovery of F-gases. So the small picture on the right-hand side shows you how they've been collected. Of course, it's quite challenging for the beneficiaries to develop the entire system. You need to have suppliers, you need to collect that. So it's quite a significant undertaking, but this type of projects are also promoted. All of them are within the range of 2 to 4 million euros and last from 2 to 5 years. And again, as was mentioned, we support the practical solutions. So you should start at the lower tier level and then end up with tier 8, 9. So basically ready to go on the market. So this is roughly about the F-gases. And then on the next slide, what I'm trying to focus here is to show you the other area, which is the projects that fall under energy intensive industries. So all of the industries that are also under the risk of carbon leakage. So they relate to steelworks, iron, aluminum, metal, cement, lime, glass, and ceramics. And for example, one of our projects, glass manufacturer from Netherlands, the right-hand corner, what they develop with the LIFE funding is a new system for heat recovery that allow them to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and emissions of other pollutants, and at the same time to reduce the energy consumption needed for the glass furnace and keeping the quality of the glass. Bottom left hand, some example of governance projects related to transport emissions. We have few projects that are looking into comparing the real emissions of cars with the data that is provided by manufacturers, and at the same time providing this information publicly to potential customers, encouraging and driving the process of general public using lower emitting vehicles. Right-hand corner, I'm focusing here specifically on the ETS process as such. We have several projects that are contributing to the policy development, and specifically implementation of the ETS on the national level or on the larger scale, projects that are focusing on integrating the EU ETS process within the global ETS or other ETS systems globally. Also, of course, we encourage projects that will look into anticipating the change of the ETS and opening for the new sectors. And on the last slide, if you could please move to the next slide, please. And then another area, another priority are all projects that we consider to be a green carbon mitigation. This project relates to carbon removals in soil and biomass, protecting existing carbon stocks, and also to aiming at decreasing the non-CO2 emissions from agricultural activities. So thank you. These are some examples from the CCM, and we're happy to answer your questions. You can also contact us on this direct BID exchange. Thank you. Back to Bernd.
Thank you very much. I will go forward with the next slide on climate change adaptation. So on climate change adaptation, we look at the impact of climate change. One of the impact is in fact the increase of temperature. You see on the slide a map of droughts in Europe. One key effect that we have is, for instance, in cities. Cities are increasing specifically temperature, and this is called urban heat island effect. Our project has been dealing with this problem in different ways. Life Hero Tile, here on the slide, for instance, has been working on buildings. So how can we renovate a building? In this case, they developed roof tiles that are ventilated. They decrease the need for air conditioning, decrease the heat underneath the roof. Another way of dealing with urban heat island and address this issue is also working in infrastructure in the cities. You see on the bottom right a green bus stop. It's just one of the many of the examples developed and shared by our projects. I put in the slide Life Tree Check, Life Radom Klima, just to give an idea that we also finance concrete implementation, concrete green infrastructure. The next slide, and next slide. Here we look at another problem of climate change. It's the increase of severity and frequency of extreme weather events. We have on the slide a photo, a picture from a tornado that hit Italy in 2018 called Vaia. In the middle, you see the disaster that made millions of trees were destroyed. We have funded, for instance, a project working on how to regenerate, how to restore this area. And Life Vaia is working on developing agroforestry products while the forest is regenerating.
Another way is to work with forest management, is, for instance, developing tools for forest managers to decide which trees is the best adapted to the future scenarios. And this was developed by Life Forecast in France. The next slide. Here we look at another impact of climate change, which unfortunately we witness also recently. Problems with floods and heavy rains in cities, but also outside cities. In cities, for instance, we have projects looking at concrete technology solutions like Life Airfit in the Netherlands, working with a sewage system and how to develop a system that can afford and use the amount of water that comes during heavy rains. But another problem that affects that is affected by floods and heavy rains is agriculture. In specific areas like terraces agriculture, these floods means also landslides and a lot of injuries. We have a project, Stone Walls for Life, working on agriculture and climate change, and specifically in this field. The next slide. In this slide, we wanted to show you with a map the number of and the volume of cities, local authorities that are engaged in LIFE. There are about 180 local authorities. It's just also to highlight that we really strongly support the implementation of Covenant of Mayors through the LIFE projects. You will see also in our call for proposal, it's in there. So if you do have your side part of the Covenant of Mayors and you want to implement concrete actions, you can apply for LIFE. We will welcome your proposals. With this, I pass the floor to Bernd. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Laura and Darek. And you already answered one of the questions I've seen in the Slido, whether the planting of trees, for example, 10,000 trees plus raising awareness would be eligible. Yes, it can be eligible, but you have to put it into context in terms of the impact you will have to make. I mean, we have projects, they plant 3 billion trees, of course, not by the funding of the project, but you have to make a wise decision in terms of also the balance of the budget, so that when we evaluate the proposals, that we can say, well, yes, this proposal has a very good value of money that we would like to propose for funding. There was also another question which Darek answered nicely, was related to which technology readiness level should we start and where should we reach. We have put this year in the call document a very clear, let's say almost prescription that it should, particularly for the energy intensive industries, it should ideally, or it should start with technology readiness level 5. So we do not want to engage into lab research. We want something which is working in a working mode, and but of course what LIFE foresees and allows is to test a prototype and to see whether it would perform well in a real life environment. And then of course as further you would go inside the project in terms of technology readiness level, as more we would rate and value the impact. So just to answer those two questions, and I would like to now switch to more to the technicalities. In the previous, I mean, yesterday you already have been informed that you will find the call on the funding and tenders portal of the European Commission. So it's easily accessible. With keywords, you would find the call. The call is organized in 3 topics, which is climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation, and climate governance and information. So you will have to decide which of the topics you want to address. There was a question yesterday already on whether we can have, whether there could be both elements in one proposal, mitigation, adaptation. Yes, it can be, but still you have to decide which is the focus of the project and where do you have, let's say, additional impacts in terms of the other topic. Next slide. And of course, you will find the call document and the related documents there. So the call document is the key document you should really look into and you should read. We have other documents where we make reference to, which is the multi-annual work program and the life regulation. But the information which is contained in the call document is more or less also taking up the information you find in the other two documents. So when we go to the next slide, I would like to go a little bit into the call document to guide you through this document. Next slide, please. So the call document structure, when you read it, you will find at the beginning a background on what the LIFE program is. So for the newcomers to the program, you get a short overview and you get a short introduction to nature biodiversity, circular economy and quality of life, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and clean energy transition. This should help you in case of questions, because sometimes you may have a proposal idea where you're not fully sure, does it fit under the one or the other? And here you should already get an orientation which topics or which area you should investigate more in terms of your proposal idea. For each of those areas you will find, or sub-programs, you will find a dedicated call document. And the call documents are more or less the same with regards to the general parts, but they are very different in terms of the chapter number 2, because chapter number 2 refers to the type of the actions, the objectives, the themes and priorities. And here you will find the details regarding the priorities, which were briefly presented by DG Climate Action just previously. So you have the type of actions, you find the objectives, the scopes, the expected impacts. So that is really a central important chapter for you to read and to see, does my project or proposal idea fall under one or other of these priorities. This would not prevent ideas which do not fall fully under a priority mentioned here. This would not prevent you from submitting a proposal with an idea maybe going beyond this year's priorities. As long as your proposal addresses let's say the objectives of the LIFE program and LIFE climate action sub-program, you can still submit. But in terms of the evaluation, obviously, we would, of course, give higher scores if a proposal is relevant, and the relevance also includes the meeting the priorities that would receive certainly a bit of higher points. Then we have further chapters, what can be budgeted, I mean, what is the available budget, what is the timetable, the deadlines. You can read about the admissibility, the eligibility of participants, for example, consortium composition, geographic location, that was referred to in the first day, which countries, for example, are eligible. Then important is also to look at the financial and operational aspects, whether you fit under this LIFE program in terms of operational capacity also. Then we look at the evaluation, or you can read about the evaluation and award criteria, the award criteria themselves, important to look at. There's no separate document on which would give you guidance on the evaluation. So this is contained here in this call document. So please read it and try to check your proposal idea and the proposal against the award criteria. I will refer to this a little bit later. And then on the next slide, there are the remaining chapters, which provides you an overview of the legal and financial setup of the grant agreement. What you need to put into it, what we request from you. So please also look at the model grant agreement, very important, not to discover later after you have written a proposal that you may not be in a position or able to sign a grant agreement with all the conditions which the grant agreement requesting from you. So we go to the next slide and look at the application forms, because we always receive questions. How do they look like? What do we need to fill in? What are the do's and don'ts? And so we have a number of different application forms. Here we are talking about the application form for standard action projects. They are similar to the other grants and the technical assistance, but we're focusing on here on standard action projects. In the afternoon, you will hear more about the strategic projects. So the application form is also one of the documents you can find on the funding and tenders portal. There was a question yesterday, can it be downloaded? And I mean, yes, when you register, you can get into it and you can look at the various parts. So, but briefly, I would like to introduce you to these parts. So the next slide provides you an overview of the structure of the proposal. So the part A, the so-called administrative forms, you will fill in predefined text boxes on the funding and tender portal, and this information then is put together by the portal and then joined with the part B, which is the technical description. Technical description is the text where you really describe your proposal idea, your objectives, your results, the indicators. So you write this in a text editor document, Word, Microsoft Word, for example, and you upload this text as a PDF in the submission system. And the third part is the key performance indicators, where you fill in another form with the most crucial key performance indicators, which you intend to achieve during the project and after the project. But obviously you will also write in the technical description, particularly in the chapter on impact, you will write also about the performance indicators, what you want to achieve. So your starting point, what you wanted to achieve. So make sure that both documents are coherent. Now we go to the more details, what is requested for the part A in the next slide. So the administrative forms, they contain first the project summary. Here one comment, the project summary is not something which is, well, let's put it from the positive side, it's the business card of your proposal. The system will generate abstracts for us, which always contain the project summary. So the project summary is something which will be read by various parties in the evaluation process and the ranking process and so on. So please be right in a very nice, well, precise way. Where does the proposal idea start from? What do you want to achieve? What are the means for achieving it? What are the results, the quantified results, so that anybody who is reading the summary knows exactly, okay, this is the project trying to resolve a problem X, and with the measures of Y, Z, and A, B, C. Then in the same forms or in part A, you would put the list of participants. Sorry, I did not update the slide here. The list of work packages. Yes, there is a list of work packages here, but the information related to the work packages is contained in the part B. But we will have you will have to fill in a table with staff efforts and with an overview budget, list of deliverables, milestones, and critical risks. And you would also have to fill in the participant information in this part. So we go to part B, which is now the central part of your proposal. Which, well, of course, you have a cover page, you create a table of contents. The project summary will appear also there in the final product, but this is taken from part A, so you don't need to write another summary. So summary is centrally organized in part A. But please watch out that you use the right character size. It's specified in the call document and in the guidance boxes inside the proposal part. And there is also a page limit for the part B. So for climate action, you should not exceed 120 pages in total pages. Some people, they think, okay, maybe I remove the instructions and I gain a couple of more pages. Please don't do that. This may make your proposal ineligible. So keep the instructions there. Do not overrun the page limits. Anything which is going beyond will be disregarded by the evaluation. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of the internal structure, we have 4 main chapters in the part B, where we look in the first chapter on the relevance. So the relevance is where you describe your idea. You want to shine with your idea. You tell us what the problem is, what the background is. Please do it quantified so that we know what the starting point is. Often there is the comment later on, the pre-operational context is not very clear. So a focus here. We know you usually you are very excited about your innovative idea and you only think about your idea. You present it very well, but sometimes applicants, they forget to speak and to write about the frame around it. But we need to have this frame around it because we need to understand what is the scale of the problem and what is the scale of the solutions you're offering. Then in terms of the objectives, the general and the specific objectives, please be precise and concise. Don't overload your text with too many objectives and intertwine them with each other. So try to make it easily understandable for our external independent experts. Then you write about the compliance with life and the respective call topics. Or if it's on climate change mitigation, you have a new heat recovery system you want to get finance for. That would be a climate change mitigation would be the right call topic for doing this. You would then describe the concept and the methodology you apply, and maybe we can click already because then the box on the left side, right side will appear because that mirrors immediately the award criteria, how we evaluate this, and this is very nicely coinciding with the proposal structure. So whatever we request here in terms of sub headings, it will be evaluated on the right side by the external evaluator. So they use this grid to look at is the information you write in the proposal relevant and complete. So the upscaling of other EU projects that will give you a little bit of maximum 2 bonus points at the end, whether there's a complementarity with other actions, which is also relating to synergies and co-benefits in life. So if you have a heat recovery activity or proposal there, you may have also effects on the reduction of particulate matters, which would be a synergy and a co-benefit. Or you would have even synergies and co-benefits on other policies where you also look into the health impact, that the workers of the factory are maybe exposed less to harmful substances, to dust or to heat whatsoever. And if you describe this here and you, in case you even have let's say targets to offer, that would gain extra points for you. We go to the next chapter, which is the impact. The impact chapter is very relevant for us, and we always talk about quantified impacts. So you can also do the click. So we see immediately on the right side the award criteria. Apologies for a small typo. award criterion 3 impact, it should read award criterion 2 impact. So there's a slight inconsistency. If some of you open the multi-honor work program, that's why the error comes from, but it's the award criterion 2, and it's correct in the call document. So we want to look at the ambition of the impact, the credibility of the impact. So that is one part. The other part is the sustainability of results, the exploitation of results, and the catalytic potential. In the past sessions, there were already a lot of questions relating to sustainability, exploitation of results, and catalytic potential. So the answers which were provided there, they reflect, they are valid in the same way for climate action. So for very technical projects, we would like to focus on the exploitation, going almost into business plans, because we want to see solutions then evolving in the market finally. But also for climate change adaptation, we may have this kind of requests. So wherever we have there is the possibility to bring something to the market or to roll something out, for example, in the Covenant of Mayors, in terms of important and good solutions, use this to describe the impact of your proposal. Often there's the question, how can we show the impact of governance projects, because usually they're a little bit softer. Here again, you have some aims, you have some targets, some objectives, and there is always a way where you can try, where you can convince us that the measures, the governance measures you want to put in place are really having an effect and an impact that could be the people you reach out to, the commitments which are being signed. So it's up to you to provide or to help to convince us and rate your proposal as a good one. Next one, please. Then the third chapter is about the implementation, and please do the click so that we have also the award criteria. So analogy here, so it's award criterion 3 and not criterion 2. Sorry, I forgot something to mention for the previous one. There is a weighting factor of 1.5. So the impact, although the maximum points are 20 with a threshold of 10, but there will be a weighting factor applied. So the category or the criterion and impact is being higher rated, or can be higher rated than any of the other criteria. So for the implementation, we want to see convincing work plan, the input and the engagement of the stakeholders. And then in the work packages, you describe the detailed activities which help you to achieve the overall objectives and the results. So you describe everything here, the activities and milestones. Compared to the previous last year's submission, we noticed that the level of detail was often not sufficient. So we would like to have more information and details here so that we can see, is it really feasible the way you would like to implement the project? And also the timetable, impact monitoring, reporting, and communication dissemination belongs to here. Don't forget that we would like to see also work package on how you do address sustainability, how you address replication and transfer, to see that we will have a lasting project after we have financed it. And again, on the award criteria, respond more or less to the subchapters of implementation. Next part is on resources. So please, and also please click, yeah, thank you. So the resources is not only the funding part, it is also the consortium setup, the way you intend to manage the project. Of course, there's a difference where if this is a single applicant proposal, there's not a lot to manage, so to speak. Or if you have a proposal with 30 participants, which we also have sometimes. So that makes, of course, a big difference in terms you describe your project management. Green management was already discussed in a previous session. So no need to go into this. And then the budget. The budget, of course, is important. You put in the detailed budget tables in the annex, which is requested, and then the overview table. And very important for us is we look at the value for money at the end. So we check what are the impacts, how is the implementation being done, and what money do you ask for all this? And this is an important factor in evaluating this criterion 4. Next one, please. So then we have a couple of other chapters and annexes. So the annex, I mentioned the detailed budget table, list of previous projects, and also the letters of intent you would put here. They can be useful, in particular, if you mention stakeholders you want to reach out, please include them as in the form of letters of intent. Next one, please. The detailed budget table was presented already yesterday, and I don't want to go into this, so we move on. I mean, just the information is you need to put in the details for the different subcategories, also for staff costs. So I only show you a slice here. So, but you have been following the financing session yesterday, so we can go on and do not go into the details. Also in terms of the reference documents, there will be a frequently asked question section on the portal, which will provide you with further information during this application phase until the end of the application, so we can move on as well. The important is the eligibility and admissibility check. I mean, of course, your proposal need to be submitted before the deadline and electronically. Do not wait until the last moment. You can have multiple submissions, so start early with submitting also the proposal, and do not fall into the trap just before the proposal that network error or technical issues and which would prevent you from submitting. The templates need to be complete. Please use the original templates, nothing else. I mentioned the limits in terms of fonts and pages. Eligibility, make sure the participants are eligible in terms of geographic or member states or country composition, that the activities are eligible, and that you have the right geographic location. If you talk about desertification in a Finnish project, I mean, you really have to convince us that it is actually taking place there, which can be and can happen. It can be a very interesting proposal, but of course it should fit, the idea should fit to the geographic location. Next one, please. For the recommendations, you have to go one by one. Start early, start now, but I think some of it was already mentioned in the previous session. So please go on with all of them. Build the relevant consortium. I also saw the question, how many participants should it be, or how many partners? This is up to you. I mean, you take all the actors you need for achieving your objectives, and don't take more. A project proposal will not shine if you try to fill it up with the maximum number of consortium members. Also in terms of geographic spread, it depends on the objectives. If you have an international consortium, it will gain you 2 additional points. Yes, they can make a difference, but 2 points out of 100 is not really the decisive factor. Limit your objectives, I already mentioned. Link the budget to the activities. This is often forgotten, and I would recommend you that in the description of the work packages that you also refer to big lump sums, big amounts, explain them in the work packages. If you have, let's say, a 1 million piece of equipment, that you explain in detail what is included in this piece of equipment, so that the evaluators understand well and they see, okay, they are transparent, they know what they are talking about, and so there will be no questions really then later on. So we go on, please, and we go to quickly to the process, evaluation process. And that is going to answer a question from the previous session. Yes, next slide, please. In terms of the logic of how we select proposals. So it is taxpayers' money which we are managing, and we of course asked to select excellent projects so that we make best use of the taxpayers' money which we are managing here in the agency. We also want to make best use of the budget which we have available, and the budget figures for each year are mentioned in the call document. It's something like 69 million which we have for this year for standard action projects under Life Climate Action. But also we consider it as necessary that applicants keep motivated, and if a success rate drops below 5% or 8%, the motivation is reducing, because why investing a lot of money into an application where the chances might be very low? And for that reason, I provide you with a rough overview of what does it mean being in the climate action sub-program. So we receive per year something in the range of 150 to 270 proposals. 270 was on the higher side, but the average is something between 150 and maybe 200. And we always receive a relatively equal share between climate change mitigation and adaptation. And for governance, sorry, that is a typo. It's always more or less in the range of the budget share what we have. Then you can make the calculation yourself when we select something between 30 and 40 projects. Always depends a little bit on the size of projects. Sometimes we have projects, they are 5, 6, 7, 8 million in total costs, and 60% co-funding of this is already then considerable EU contribution. But you can make your math, and I would say approximately between 20 and 30% success rate we have across the years in the different priorities. And I think that is a rather good success rate, so that should encourage you also to apply under climate action. I mean, each third proposal or fourth proposal is being selected at the end. Next slide, please. Just for the timing and to make it clear, one-stage application. So the submission in October 2022, and then we have the evaluation process, the grant agreement, sorry, the notification of the applicants, which we expect to be in March 2023. Then we would enter with the successful proposals in the grant agreement preparation phase, which would take then May, June, and we would then latest by June to have grant agreement signed. So from July onwards, you would be able to start the project. Next slide, please. That's the last one. Just to give you a brief overview, I mean, given the tight slot of 1.5 hours would not have allowed us to go through with every member of the climate action team of the LIFE program. So for the CCM, climate change mitigation, we have Hannah, Darek, Julien, and Christoph. Dealing with it for the climate change adaptation part is Laura, Diana, Claudia, Elisabetta. So they will be available in the next days also for the bilateral meetings for those ones who have an interest. So depending on which question you have, you will be referred to, or you will have contact to one of the others. And you can see that we are concerned with project management, quite a high number. evaluations of the project types, but then also the horizontal tasks and provide the policy feedback to the Directorate Generals, particularly in climate action. And this is where I closed the circle, going back to the priorities for the call, and then overall the policy which is being developed. You are also a part of this cycle. Your project, your ideas, they help DG Climate Action to see what is actually working on the ground and how, where, and when would we have to adjust certain policies to meet then the reality. So with this, I think that was the last slide I would like to close. So thanks a lot for listening to me, and I would then have the last minutes to open up for further questions. So please, Tarek, Laura, your camera is on. Maria, thanks, you're also here. So we have Slido. So maybe I start with the first question. Well, the first question we have answered yesterday already. And now my presentation, I also referred to this, so no need to go to this one. Then we have the second one. Is it better to focus on one or two key directives in a project contributes to, or should all relevant areas be addressed? For example, biodiversity 2030, climate change adaptation. Okay, since adaptation is mentioned, I don't know, Peter, are you still with us? Yes, maybe that's something you want to answer.
It's of course always good to address many things at the same time. I mean, we ask for consistency and coherence with EU policies, and if we look, for example, at land use, it's increasingly hard to even differentiate or separate climate mitigation from climate adaptation, as adaptation is an element of mitigation, as I would see it. For your sort of intervention logic, you may actually be addressing different policies. This is actually something we're trying to do also in the Green Deal. You know, we always sort of break the silos, connect policies to one another, have something which is consistent, and so projects should, in a way, would ideally mirror this. Having said that, of course, if you look at the award criteria, relevance and impact, you still need to make a case, and the case. There needs to be something which is sort of like a single selling position of the project, I guess usually, unless it's sort of a governance project. And so I guess for most projects, we still would like to see something which elaborates on why is this relevant to a specific objective, and what is the impact related to that. And I mentioned before, we would like to see also sort of a quite clear and explicit statement about what vulnerabilities a project addresses. So yes, on the one hand, there should be focus. On the other hand, this focus should, of course, be set into a wider context. And if a project proposal manages sort of to strike a good balance here and then bring the two things together, I think I personally would be happy. But also look where maybe other colleagues have sort of something to say in supplementing with what I said.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I go ahead reading the next question. So how to decide between a new Bauhaus project and a climate action if the project addresses climate adaptation at urban level, incorporating a good design as well? It was already answered in the previous session, but we thought we can take it back. And Bernd, maybe you can help with this.
Okay. Maybe if there's also a comment from DG Klima side, but I would say, well, the new Bauhaus is not precisely defined, and of course there could be climate action aspects of it. I mean, when you renovate buildings or houses, that has a clear climate action effect. If the focus of a proposal is, for example, on increasing the energy efficiency of a building, then it can easily be submitted also on the climate action. For the same would refer to climate adaptation as well. I mean, if the focus of your proposal idea is to make a building, to make a settlement more resilient towards the effects of climate change, then the climate change adaptation sub-program is the right place to put it there. And if you incorporate a good design and you receive maybe, or you envisage to receive, for example, the Red Dot Award for your building or features of your building, that would be a very nice synergy with other policy, for example, which would give you additional points. So you have to make sure that your proposal addresses the right objectives and the priorities we are asking in the respective sub-programs. We have the next question. Which sub-program should projects regarding carbon sequestration and storage apply for? Carbon farming, for example. I think this is a question for Maria, maybe.
Well, this reads as a project for climate change mitigation clearly to me. Of course, there could be some other elements, but the focus sounds as if it's for climate change mitigation.
I can add, Bernd, if to that to Maria, so to be slightly more specific here, this would fit under the fourth priority, development of land and sea management practices, which have an impact on emissions and removal of emissions, conservation and enhancement of natural carbon sinks. So please look at the call document. It should be around page 16. There should be some additional details on how to properly identify that. Thank you.
So the next question is it possible to receive some preliminary feedback on a project concept from CINEA's experts in order to properly address it within the life scope?
No.
Okay, clear.
And we had the question already in the previous session, and it was answered there, so we don't need to go into this, unfortunately not.
Thank you, Bernd.
Next question is, how do we know that our project is not too broad in scope? We started to work on a climate adaptation project. How could we know that we are on the right track? Oh, that's a difficult question to answer. Laura, I mean, you receive complicated climate adaptation projects. What would you recommend?
Yes, I recommend really to read the call document, specifically the areas of intervention, because in the areas of intervention, we have also clarified a bit more the scope underneath climate adaptation. So there you have an idea more specifically of the scope where you could fit in terms of relevance for this call. And I go ahead with the next question. Can we plan to carry out activities outside the applicant's country? Maybe Bernd, would you like to answer to this one?
Well, I mean, that was discussed in detail yesterday already, and please make use of the responses you received there. I mean, there is no standard answer. I mean, of course, the eligibility criteria are set down in the call document. There was a mentioning of specific cases which relate in particular to nature and biodiversity. This hardly applies to climate action. It's very difficult to justify that an action in a third country is necessary. I think you're talking about third countries here. So that is under climate action really difficult to justify. So please, I would recommend stay as much as possible with EU member states and countries which have signed an agreement with the LIFE program. Maybe we go for, there is this question, under which call for proposals can private companies project about building to purify gases and then market them to be funded? Maybe Darek, I think because you were talking about pure gases, I mean, different kind of gases, maybe I don't know what kind of gases are meant here, but maybe you have an answer for that one.
Yeah, thank you, Bernd. So, I mean, I have the same question as you. What kind of gases? Because other elements of the questions are correct. So can a private company apply? Yes. A project building, I suppose this means you want to develop a prototype or the entire machinery. Yeah, the answer is also yes. And then the question is which type of gases. Whoever asked this question did not specify, but let's assume that since you're coming to this session, you think about F gases and ozone depleting substances, then the answer will be definitely yes under climate change mitigation. And the area of intervention you should look at is the first one. So actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in sectors that are not covered by the EU ETS, including the reduction of use of fluorinated gases and ozone depleting substances. And then you'll find a number of elements detailing how to elaborate your project, whether you want to recover, recycle, or reclaim. But so the answer, if this is about the F gases and ozone depleting substances, is yes, climate change mitigation first area of intervention. Thank you.
Derek, maybe I can complement with another interpretation possible, because there could be an objective to purify CO2 for like capturing CO2 for utilization or storage. Then this could also be eligible under climate change and mitigation, maybe if the CO2 comes from energy intensive industries. But if the aim is to purify or remove certain substances because they are air pollutants, then the likely sub-program would be environment.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think we can go, for example, on the one of the 40,000 inhabitants. So is it realistic for a small city, less than 14,000 inhabitants, to participate regarding the budget that they have to invest themselves? Maybe I can give the floor to Bernd.
Well, a small city, I mean, for some areas, 40,000 is a large city. For others, maybe a small city. So that's difficult to judge. Yes, I mean, we have proposals where small cities participate in live projects, and that's the beauty and of the program, that there is a possibility for individual cities, no matter what size, can participate if they propose really good, interesting solutions. To have one small city, of course, you need to demonstrate also the European added value in one way or the other. So the lessons and the impacts you will have from your project, how could they be exemplary for other cities, either in the region or nationally or even beyond? So this is up to you to show also this kind of EU added value. But of course, the activities can take place in a small city. In terms of the budget, they have to invest themselves. I mean, this would, I mean, the same rules apply. You show what the overall costs are. You determine what is eligible of those costs, and from these eligible costs, we provide you to your project 60% of it, and the remaining 40%, of course, you will have to cover yourself. So I wonder whether we still have room for question, because time is running. Maybe we still take one. The last one from Ralph. Could a project focus only on awareness raising, and which indicators are expected? Laura, since you have been also dealing with governance projects in the past, and so maybe you have an answer for that?
Yes, okay. So you can, in principle, apply with only awareness raising activities. However, we do not encourage this approach. We have actually this year in the call a new sentence you will find there under the governance and information priority, where we say that we do not encourage projects solely on awareness raising, because we consider that they would have less possibility to achieve any impact. So we really suggest that you have awareness raising plus other type of activities, for instance, on capacity building, And for that, I mean, for instance, indicators could be linked to capacity building in terms of how many of the people you have trained are actually implementing the knowledge they have got through the project activities. You see also a number of indicators if you look into our governance and information projects in the database, and you can go to the website of such projects. You have, for instance, some ideas of indicators. It's difficult to tell you exactly which indicators, because I think it depends really from the type of projects you are supporting. But as a general rule, we do not encourage projects only on awareness raising.
So thanks a lot, Laura. Thanks, Darek, and particularly thanks to Maria and Peter that you stayed on. I know you have a very busy schedule, and it's very valuable that the beneficiaries also see the interest of the policymakers here, and to see also how EU policies are being developed, and that you have an ear, and you lend your ear also to the constituency who is then affected by those policies, and trying to make something real and concrete or blue-green infrastructure out of this. So thanks a lot for this valuable session. Of course, we remain available for you in the bilateral meetings, and also through the national contact points. You always have the possibility to receive additional information, sometimes also in consultation with us or together with us. So make use of this, and I wish you really good success for writing a good proposal, and looking forward to seeing a lot of good ideas, a lot of good proposals, which will make the climate action sub-program shine, and that we are a vehicle to achieve the objectives which we have set here in the Union. So thanks a lot, and I hand back to Julia to close the session.
Thank you very much, Bernd, and thank you very much to the shining climate colleagues. It was a very interesting session. I have to say climate applicants were really treated with care, with the full information on the application forms again, and having the privilege of having two representatives of the DG Climate Action with us answering the questions. So very well done to all of you, and thanks, Bernd, for setting this up. It is now back to me just to tell you basically bon appetit, enjoy your lunch as soon as you will get there. We are done for this morning, and bilateral meetings that also Bernd was referring to will are open again. So really look for the areas of expertise that you need a counseling on. If you are looking for CINEA experts, we can't tell you if your proposal will be selected. We cannot tell you what else you should do, but we might have some advice, which called documents you can refer to. So use this opportunity, and use also the opportunity to network with other projects. You might see experts that we might want to involve, and there are some national contact points there. So that's another opportunity to contact them. But as Bernd said, they are definitely a very good source of information. So if you don't see them there, you can contact them, and on the Wildlife website, you see all the contacts from them. But last but not least, the EU Live Info Days are not over. There will be a section on SIPs and SNAPs. You'll have the privilege to see Laura Giapichelli again with my colleagues Cesar Sioannes and Sarunas Dablekis this afternoon, just at 2 p.m. There as well, again, some presentation and time for question and answers. And tomorrow morning, you'll have the possibility to join the meetings room with a colleague from the Clean Energy Transition team, and they will answer all your questions under those type of topics. So for today, for SIP and SNAPs, you can keep asking your question with the EU Slido, with the Slido hashtag EU Live 22. Regarding CT tomorrow, you will ask the question in the chats because there are a small group. So we will stop looking at the Slido today after SIP and SNAPs, just for you to know. I think that's everything I wanted to say. Thanks again to the speakers of the whole day from Nature, Circular Economy and Quality of Life, and of course, Climate Action. Looking forward to meet Strategic Integrated and Strategic Nature Projects colleague this afternoon. Thank you very much and enjoy the lunch break. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the afternoon session of the second day of the EU Life Info Days 2022. It's the focus now will be on strategic integrated projects, in short SIPs, and strategic nature projects, in short SNUPs. So it's my pleasure to welcome you to this session and to give the floor immediately to my competent colleagues in the area, Laura Giappichelli, Cesar Sioanes, and Sarunas Deblekis. Guys, the floor is yours. And just a little information for everyone else. We are still using Slido, so you can still put your question related to SIP and SNAPs on Slido, hashtag EU Live 2022. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you, Julia, and welcome everyone to this session on strategic projects. As it was mentioned, we are the three covering this topic. Cesar Sioanes, he's in charge of the strategic integrated projects for the sub-program environment.
Hello.
And Sarunas Deblekis is in charge of the strategic nature projects. And myself, I'm in charge of the strategic integrated projects for the climate sub-program. And we will go through a presentation today. It will be divided into several parts. In the next slide, I'm showing you the overview of this presentation. First of all, we will tackle what strategic projects are. We will then go into in-depth the call 2022, also providing you some elements important for the evaluation and some lessons learned from the current evaluations. And finally, we will give you all the information needed for the support you can have to draft and design your strategic project. So next slide. What strategic projects are? These projects are different from the standard action projects because they are designed specifically to implement a policy, a strategy, a plan. So they have this specific approach. Also, they are different because they have to cover a large territorial scale. For example, a region all along one country or a few cities, for example. They're also aimed at engaging actively stakeholders, and they are aimed also to coordinate and mobilize what we call complementary funding. Complementary funding is all the funds that are additional to the LIFE funding for the specific strategic projects, and that these funding are used or are needed to implement the plan or the strategy targeted. We'll go in depth into these elements in a moment. Next slide, please. To be successful, so to be successful and selected, what a strategic project should look like. First of all, a strategic project should try to help to catalyze the implementation of the full implementation of a strategy, a plan, or a policy targeted. This, of course, cannot be done only by the funds that we can provide through the LIFE projects, but also together with the complementary measures. In terms of activities that we fund or that usually are led by strategic projects, we can highlight, for example, activities on capacity building, so addressing, for instance, knowledge gaps, or activities on governance, or activities, for instance, on mobilizing and coordinating complementary funds. We have also, in many of the strategic projects, also concrete implementation. For instance, it's mentioned in the slide for the strategic nature project. The acronym is NAPS. We normally include concrete implementation measures. Next slide, please. Additional to what I've just said, we have also other elements that make a strategic project really successful. First of all, in a strategic project, we know clearly what is the level of implementation of a strategy expected. So we know what are the results from the actions led by the project itself and by the complementary action. We also clearly know what is the geographical area covered. So the sites that you are going to address in your project are clearly explained. And we also know clearly what are the problems you address. For instance, on climate strategic integrated projects, we really want to understand what are the climate risks, the climate vulnerabilities, and how you are going to address them through your activities. As I mentioned at the beginning, one key element of strategic projects is the involvement, active involvement of stakeholders. So we really want to understand also how you engage stakeholders in the implementation of your project. And another element that it's really important is mainstreaming, meaning climate mainstreaming, environmental mainstreaming, or biodiversity and nature mainstreaming. In your project should be really clear how you integrate such aspects in other sectors. And the next slide, I pass the floor to my colleague Sharunas.
Thank you, Laura. So in this slide, we see a mock-up, an example of a SNAP, Strategic Nature project. And this is theoretical. On the left hand, we have a sort of a checklist of things to consider when you start preparing the proposal, when you run the project. So as Laura mentioned, the full implementation of the selected plan. What plan you select is important. It's important the lead applicant, competent body is in a driver's seat in a project. It's important that the key stakeholders. It's important that the life funding is providing a catalytic function. Complementary funding and actions is important. It's good to have a good coordination mechanism and ensure the capacity development in the project. On the right-hand side, you see a colorful picture of how the SNAP could look like. It's a big project. On the left-hand side, you see the coordinator, the stakeholders, the project partners with funding. In the middle, in the gray box, it's a plan that's being implemented. So, and we also consider it as a project being implemented. In green color is actual projects funded by EU, by the LIFE, and other colors is the complementary actions that fulfill that work towards the plan implementation. On the right hand side, we have a European different funds that would help implement those actions towards the strategy plan. At the bottom, we have a plan implementation with ultimate goal of favorable conservation status of habitats and species. Next slide, please. So you might wonder, like, there are different options for life applications, and you might consider a traditional project, standard. In the past, we used to call traditional projects. You might consider standard project or the strategic project. And in the next 3 slides, I'll try to explain what are the differences. So for the scope, for the standard project, we have one target, several priorities for the subprogram environment climate. For SIPs and SNAPs, it's a limited specific area of intervention related to a certain defined plan or strategy. For co-financing rate, standard projects, they're funded up to 60%. In nature, it's could be 75%. And the historical average of those projects is 3 million euros. For SIPs and SNAPs, the total project can go up to 50 million euros. So they're much larger on average, and the co-financing is up to 60%. For geographical scale, the standard projects, they implemented on, and stress here, maybe local scale, it can also be national, transnational. SIPs and SNAPs, they implemented usually on the national scale, maybe regional scale, so much larger scale. For the air quality management projects, it can be a multi-city approach. Moving on, standard projects, they don't require particular specific plan or strategy to be implemented. However, for the SNPs and SNAPs, that's a compulsory, and the project must contribute and catalyze the full implementation of the plan or strategy. Next slide, please. So standard projects, they do not require, there's no requirement to have a complementary funds to be included in the work plan, to be incorporated in the project design. However, for SNPs, SIPs, and SNAPs, that's a compulsory. You need to the project needs to mobilize at least one relevant fund, and the more the better, the more complete the picture for the plan implementation, the funds needed to implement the full plan. That's the best proposal and the project. For some projects, we expect stakeholders to be involved, obviously. For SIPs and SNAPs, it's a compulsory, so you need to make sure that all the stakeholders that are affected by the plan or strategy implementation are part of the project in one way or another. Standard projects are usually on average up to 5 years. For SIPs and SNAPs, it can be up to 10 years, much longer period. Next slide, please. So standard projects, they can be pilot, demonstration, best practice, information, awareness, or dissemination. SIPs and SNAPs, they combine the elements of traditional project types, and they should include the best practices combined with pilot, demonstration, information. Capacity building element is mandatory one. Moving on, standard projects, requirement is for one participant at least. For SIPs and SNAPs, it's at least 2 participants, and it needs to be everyone, as I mentioned, involved in the plan or strategy implementation. For the implementing mechanism, for standard projects, traditional projects, we need to know at the proposal stage full project details, full proposal details, so the budget, the actions, etc. For SIPs and SNAPs, as they are much larger, much longer endeavors, activities, we require the first phase to be defined, and we say that this strategic projects can be designed in phases. So at the proposal stage, we want to know how the first phase, which is usually 2-3 years, how it will be implemented. With the later stages, we want some information, but they can be defined at a later stage because the political system can change, there's climate changing, so etc. So for this implementation mechanism, these phases can be defined at a later stage in detail, and we want to know in general, but in detail it's okay. And for sustainability, for traditional projects, standard projects, it's required. For SNPs and SNAPs, we pay even more attention that the long-term commitment and capacity building is ensured. Next slide, please. So here's an overview of all the plans and strategies that are considered priorities for strategic projects. The first column is SNAPs, and it's a priority action frameworks that which each member state has its own, need to be implemented. And we introduced in the new programming period additional plans that can be targeted, and I'll go in the next slide on that, that implement EU biodiversity legislation. In the middle, it's SIP environment and 4 different plans listed. So it's the plan strategy could be on circular economy, it could be on river basin management. Also flood risk management plans and marine strategies are valid. Waste management plans are considered, waste prevention programs. And for the air, it's local and regional air quality plans and national air pollution control programs can be proposed to be implemented. For the climate, it's adaptation strategies and plans, also urban and community-based action plans, pioneering transition to climate neutral and climate resilient society, including climate neutral city plans and actions and sustainable urban mobility plans. Also national energy and climate plans, also national energy efficiency action plans. And last is national, regional, or industry, or even sector-specific greenhouse gas mitigation strategies, or economy roadmaps contributing to climate neutrality. And in green in the slide, you see the newly added objective compared to the previous programming period. Next slide, please. So a slide on what are the priorities for SNAPs. As mentioned, the paths are still very important. However, new eligible plans were suggested in the new call documents, and they are related to they could be related to a pollinator or insect strategies or plans. They could be related to green infrastructure networks legislation. They can also be on urban greening as related to the Biodiversity Strategy 2030. Last but not least, the strategic projects can address invasive alien species plans or strategies. Next slide, please. And for SNAPs, just 3 points that I want to pay you to pay attention before you start proposing them and put it in a proposal. It's a mainstreaming, which basically means that we want environmental policies and laws to be ideas to be transferred to other areas. I mean, simple example: if the road is being built, we need to make sure that that we consider the environment, the climate, and so the project should make sure that that these environmental concerns are being considered. We also encourage to look at the big scale, to try to coordinate activities in the member states, because well, it could be that there's a big problem on the ground and you want to work on very specific, very local area, and that might be okay. But that means that the rest of the member state of the country would not get support from LIFE and this particular strand for strategic project. So please consider big scale and important issues. And last but not least, there are already integrated projects running addressing paths, and obviously there will be new proposals for the paths updates, and so that would mean that the new project would implement the same path. But okay, we consider that you know the same actions would not be done. There would be no double funding, if you wish, and for that, you know, coordination, optimization of the new activities, of new proposals is important. So please consider that. So if you have a proposal for a new path, please talk about in the proposal about the previous integrated project, the previous strategic project addressing the path. Next slide, please. And over to Cesar.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Yeah, so now we go into the now call 2022, as published yesterday, a couple of days ago. So we have 3 topics corresponding to the nature strand, environment, and climate. as mentioned also before, well, the call is divided into 2 stages. So in stage 1, which is the concept note stage, you will prepare a shorter document where you will explain the broad lines of your proposal, and the deadline to submit such broad lines is on the 8th of September. And then well, we will evaluate the concept notes, and in November, end of November, something like that, we will notify the results. And for those who have passed successfully the concept note stage, they will be invited to submit the full proposal. And the deadline for that will be around the 30th of March of 2023. So next, please. What are the evaluation criteria of these 2 stages? Then first, for the stage 1 concept note, it is a yes, no for each of these 4 points. So here we evaluate essentially what are if the proposal is really a strategic project or not. So evaluating its key features. It's implementing one of the eligible plans or strategies which are listed and which Sharon has mentioned. If the territorial coverage is sufficient for the kind of plan or strategy targeted. If there is sufficient coordination of funds other than LIFE for the implementation of that plan. Also, if the key stakeholders are sufficiently addressed, considered, and involved. So if you get a yes in the evaluation for these 4 characteristics, then in the stage 2, the evaluation criteria for your full proposal are 5. 4 of them are common to the standard action projects. The only new different one is the complementary funding, point 3. And also different to the standard action projects, we do not have any bonus points. So in this case, it's very easy. Each of these 5 points has 0 to 20. Each of these 5 criteria has 0 to 20 points, and you have to get at least 10 in each of them in order to have a passing score. And also the sum of the 5 scores that you get in each of those criteria must be minimum 55 points. Next, please. The key documents that you must read in detail before or during the preparation of your application. First one is the call document, of course. The second one is the application form, the standard application form that you will be able to download once you start to register in the system and start to fill in the fields and so on. You will be able to download from the system the set of templates and files that you need to provide. So there in the main file, which is the part B, section 1, and that one, please read each and well, in all of the files, sorry. You have always explanatory boxes with clear instructions. Please read them in detail, and please do not delete them, okay? Because then it might result in an ineligibility of your proposal. And the third big document, let's say, that you should read carefully is the frequently asked questions document, and we put the link there. So next, please. Here I go a bit into the call document. If you can you click Marisa one more time? Yeah. So there, this is the structure of the call document, the index. Where will you find them, like more detailed explanations about what is a SIP or a SNAP about, and what do we expect from you in these projects? It's in the section 2, especially of the document. Okay, so that there you have to read very much into detail. But in any case, the rest of the sections, well, section 0 and 1 is very introductory. But from then on, yeah, indeed, you have to read it carefully. It's all relevant sections. As for strict novelties within the call document with respect to the call document 2021, for maybe for applicants that want to resubmit, the main novelties are, we have explained, for example, that we would like to see promotion of platform meetings. So meetings where we gather several projects working within the field as for a given topic. And also for the sharing or interaction with other projects, we want more of that when you organize event. And then also there is more explanations about in the section impacts expected, about how to deal with the part C of the application form, the KPI indicators. So yeah, there is some additional explanations and instructions on that. And yeah, that's basically it, because the rest of the novelties explained that have been introduced in the call document have been more or less now explained during the presentation. But well, there has been a bit of redrafting of the text in some parts. For example, reordering of some parts of the SNAP text, and also addition of more explanations on mainstreaming, and also on the maximum, on the estimative allocations of budget per country for SNAPs. And then also in the SIP environment section, there has been clarification for especially for the air quality integrated projects. And then for the climate action, strategic integrated projects, there has been quite some redrafting as well. So yeah, please read it in detail. Next, please. Here, just I would like to mention to you that well, sections 11, 12, and 13. I mean, even if they are in the end, it is last but not least. So please take a careful look at them. Next, please. Then, regarding the frequently asked questions document, when you will open it, you will see that it is structured as follows. For us, if you are applying for a strategic project, relevant sections are the first one, because it is general applicable to all calls, and section 3 for strategic projects. Next, please. And then regarding which are the files that will compose your application package when you prepare the proposal. So we have some files which are mandatory and others which are optional. So regarding mandatory, we have in green the 3 files that are mandatory now at the concept note stage that you will need to provide before the 8th of September. So there you have the plan or strategy that you target. Then the implementation overview of the plan strategy. This is an Excel file where you have to really list what are the sections of the main lines of the plan that you target to implement, and what are the specific objectives that it has, and if there are any specific measures that are within each objective. And then you have to explain, okay, and for each of these, is it implemented through the project or through the complementary measures that are implemented thanks to other funding? Yes or no, or partially? And then explaining a bit in detail, okay, and this is implemented through this and that, and with these deadlines. So that is important, because for us it helps us to have in one summarized way a global picture of how the plan is implemented, which is the ultimate goal of this kind of project. And then the third file is the complementary funding plan, which is just a brief listing of all the funds that are involved in the implementation of the targeted plan. Then the other 4, 5, and 6, those are other mandatory files that must be included, but in the full proposal stage, so only in the stage 2 if you are invited to submit it. In the case of the detailed budget table, it has been updated. So if you with respect to 2021 call, so next, please. So this is a snapshot of it. And yeah, what is new is that now information on staff effort allocation and personnel costs has been included into that Excel table. And then apart from that novelty, one thing that from the experience of the 2021 call, one weakness that we detected was that sometimes applicants insert large lump sums and for example, equipment costs, and they do not like or are afraid to duplicate lines in the budget table. So please do not be afraid, include additional lines and explain, divide the large cost items. Next, please. So that was for the mandatory files, annexes. Now there are also optional ones, which are only available at the full proposal stage. There are 3. One is the letters of support. The second one is co-financing declarations. And then in this case, co-financing declarations, and then other annexes. And these other annexes also, we didn't have such a such a possibility last year. Now we have included it so that you may be able to include there things like map schemes. But in any case, always make a clear reference in the main file, the part B file, which is the main file of the application, explaining what is in the annexes. Yeah. Next one, please. Yeah, Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will go ahead. So here what we did is to try to have an overview of what are the common mistakes we have found in the evaluations of this type of projects. We have grouped them also under the award criteria that have been explained by Cesar. So one common mistake, for instance, is the fact that sometimes it's not really clear how the targeted plan is actually covered by the activities of the strategic project. So it's really important that this link is clearly addressed in your project so that we understand how your project is contributed to the plan you are targeting. Another point that it's common also to standard action project, it's the fact that sometimes the problem you are addressing is not very clearly explained. So we don't clearly understand what are the vulnerabilities, the barriers, and the issues you want to address or you're facing. In this case, in the implementation of the plan or the strategy that you are targeting. So this is very important because if you explain well what are the gaps and the barrier you encounter to implement the plan you are targeting, then it's clear maybe the logic of the activities that you are proposing. For instance, as it is mentioned on the third bullet point, is if one of your problem you are facing is the lack of knowledge of a specific topic, we would expect that you have activities on capacity building on that specific topic. And sometimes this link is not very clear. On impact, impact is, as it was mentioned, very, very important in strategic projects. We need to really understand which type of impact are you expecting to achieve at the end of the project. So sometimes we have sentences that are quite general in terms of impact. Be as specific as you can, and of course, accompany that with indicators that are relevant. In part C, you have specific key performance indicators that you can choose to assess and monitor your impact. Another problem of impact is that we not sufficiently understand to which level of implementation you want to get in implementing your strategy and plan, using the activities of the strategic projects and using the complementary actions. And sometimes there is not really a monitoring activity or indicators that are specifically referring to the impact. Next slide, please. Under the third award criterion, quality, there are several points under quality, but just to highlight a few of them. Also important to clarify what are the risks you may encounter in the implementation of the projects and which type of measures you are planning to adopt. These are large projects, are long projects, so there are many risks that you can maybe encounter. We want to have an overview of what risks you perceive, and also if you have already planned some mitigation measures. It was mentioned in several cases, so stakeholders are active involvement is really important, as well as mainstreaming. So important also to clearly involve the key authorities or associations or NGOs or private sectors that can help you to mainstream climate change or environment or biodiversity and nature. I mentioned at the beginning, and it was also clarified afterwards, it's important to know the geographical area you are covering, also in terms of, for instance, of concrete implementation measures. So if you already have that clear, it's really important. And sometimes instead we don't really know what are the sites targeted by the project. And this is a common mistake, unfortunately. In terms of criterion number 4, resources, budget, for instance, common mistake is that sometimes the budget is not really clearly explained and developed. As it was mentioned by Cesar, you can always add lines to add specific, I don't know, equipments or elements that you want to purchase or services. So please do that, because if we see like a large lump sum and a short description, this is not sufficiently sometimes to clarify the need and the justification of these costs. Green procurement or green project management measures is also a criterion that we assess under our criterion 4. So please do clarify how you're going to deal with that. It's not just a statement that you're going to implement green procurement practices, but it should be accompanied by maybe some examples or concrete activities. It was mentioned today also in several sessions, some question and answers this morning. So for example, you can develop guidelines or protocols on green procurement, or have a specific activity under project management on that. And last but not least, and very important, is the last criterion, complementary funding. Also there we do have, as explained before, table where you will present the complementary funding actions. This is very good, but sometimes we just have an overview and we don't have a clear understanding of how these actions are actually linked to the targeted plan, or they are actually contributing to the plan and they're linked to the project activities. So this should be clarified. There is also in part B an area in a form where you can explain further. There are, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, we cannot expect that you are going to cover all the implementation of the plan by the strategic project, because the funding is limited, resources are maybe not sufficient. But we would like also to understand how you expect that other part of the plan are addressed, maybe through complementary funding. So this is something that we would like to see more clearly. Then the next slide, and I pass the floor to Cesar.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, so here, this is just one highlight for those applicants that may be thinking about whether to submit already now in this call a proposal or to wait for next year to submit a proposal, in particular for strategic nature projects. So please look there at the slide. The budget that we have this year combines the budgets that we have for 2 years. So the idea is that now this year we have a large call for strategic nature projects with 145 million. And next year we have no call for strategic nature projects. So if you are thinking about submitting a proposal for a strategic nature project, do it now this year. Otherwise you will have to wait most probably 2 years. For the others, it's more or less as every year. Yeah. Next, please. And here, yeah, again, it's just a little bit to see a forecast of what we can expect in terms of calls. So we have the one of this year, then we have in 2023, in principle, as you can see, there is no call for strategic nature projects. And then in 2024, we have again the same scheme of usual for strategic integrated project for environment and climate, but a bigger one with budget of 2 years for the strategic nature projects. Next, please. Yeah, for Sharonas.
Thanks, Cesar. So what support is available to prepare a proposal, strategic project proposal? We would suggest that one point of contacts is national contact points. Every member state has one or several actually, and they would be familiar with the priorities, with the procedures, they would know the context of your country. So please, even before you start thinking about it, please have a discussion with a national contact point. We do have a technical assistance project possibility to prepare or a SIP environment or a SNAP proposal. I will have a slide just in a second on that. You can, before engaging or already planning the proposal, you can have a direct contact and discussion with CINEA staff, like CINEA staff, it's ourselves. We also liaise with DG Environment, DG Klima, so on policy priorities, etc. So different from standard projects, for strategic projects, it is allowed, and I will also talk in a second about that in a little bit more detail. Obviously, you need to understand the call, to understand the projects. You need to look into live call for proposal, which is updated every year on the website. Frequently asked questions is an important resource. These are the questions that the applicants, that the projects themselves, they raise to us, and we answer them. So we clarify things, and so they're very useful. Can be very useful. Last but not least, please use as a resource the 70 integrated projects that are already taking place, probably even in your member state. And to help you navigate all these projects, we have prepared an integrated projects fact sheet, where you will find the map, or you'll find the projects themselves, the themes that they're covering. So please take a look at that. It's on our website. Right. Next slide, please. On technical assistance projects, so they are there here to support the preparation of proposals for strategic projects. The main objective is to prepare and submit full proposal. You can work on a concept note as well as a full proposal. Co-financing rate is 60%, and maximum grant is 70,000 euros. Maximum duration is 2 years. And the deadline for applying for technical assistance proposal project is in September this year. And we try to plan them in a way that you can start the technical assistance project even at the time when you're preparing full proposal. So if you apply this year, you could be working on your full, if you're invited, if you pass the concept note stage, full proposal of this call. We can also apply for the technical assistance 1 year and work the full cycle. So we work on the concept note, and then if you're invited, you work on the full proposal preparation with the technical assistance project. Next slide, please. So in specific support, contacting and discussing live CINEA, what can you expect? Well, first of all, if you have questions, if you have queries, considerations, you can write to our common mailbox. It's CINEA Live Inquiries. And what we can do is we can provide feedback on your ideas for strategic projects. That's all year round. We can respond to your general questions. We can respond to specific questions related to a particular call, on application forms, the questions on multi-annual work program. We can facilitate the networking with the running integrated or strategic projects. So in the past, we would call them integrated projects. Now we call them strategic projects. And we can have a meeting, phone call, video conference. We can ask questions by email. There's a caveat. If you pass the concept note stage, if you're invited to the full proposal stage, the live conversations, the direct conversations are not possible. We do that to ensure the fair competition. However, you can send questions in writing, and those questions will be answered to you personally and specifically, but we will anonymize them so we don't divulge any important information, and we will share it with the rest of the with the rest of applicants. We put it on the web so everyone can benefit from that question and answer. And that's the timeline. Usually it's 2 months between the concept note and full proposal. Yes, next slide, please. And that's it for our presentation. So thanks for the attention. Good luck with your proposals, and well, we will be glad to answer your questions if you have any.
There are many questions actually in the Slido, so I wait for the back office colleague to share the Slido there. And over to you again.
Thank you very much, Julia. Yeah, so yeah, maybe we can take now as first one. Let's see. Yeah, the first one is a very interesting one. Is it possible to receive some preliminary feedback on a project concept from CINEA's experts in order to properly address it within the LIFE's scope? Yeah, so this is a yes, as you have heard from Sharunas. Contrary to the standard action projects, in the case of strategic projects, we have this extra help for applicants before they present the concept note, and we encourage you. I mean, it's good that before you start drafting 40 pages of concept note, that to cross-check maybe if you have some key doubts or you would like just to see with us if the main approach that you have for the project is the correct one, or if you have doubts about involving or not some kind of stakeholders, you know, this kind of broad decisions that will afterwards affect strongly the way that you draft your proposal. Yeah, it's good, and we encourage you to contact us in this CINEA Life Inquiries address that, yeah, we can put in the chat. Yeah. Second one that I see is, can you please tell us the minimum number of partners to present a project? So yeah, this, for example, we can see Laura, maybe you can answer that.
Sure, yes. So the minimum number is 2 participants for a strategic project. It's important that at least one of the 2, it's the relevant authority for the implementation of the plan, the strategy that you are addressing. And the best would be that the authority is also the coordinating beneficiary. If it is not, you need to well justify that. But the answer is minimum 2. Thank you.
Sharunas?
Yeah. Just to add on that, I think we always ask for all of the stakeholders, everyone involved to be part of the project. And what we've seen from other proposals, from actually running projects, that the number can go up to 60, 70, and if you talk about, I don't know, agriculture, do you involve all the farmers? Probably, and that becomes a little bit a problem, because there's probably too many proposals to stakeholders to coordinate, partners to coordinate. So then we try to say, okay, maybe you can work with some association. So I think the maximum that we have in the running project is 60 partners. And well, that's complicated. So it's really up to you to see how you can target certain groups, maybe in some conglomerates, some consortium inside consortium. So, but be smart about it also, not to go over the limit, because that's not going to be manageable.
Thanks, Sharunas. Yeah, now we can take the next question. Maybe you can take it also, Sharunas. Is it possible to insert tables, images within the form for part B? Well, in this case, here it says 120 pages limit, but for the case of the strategic projects at the full proposal stage is 200 pages to be uploaded in PDF format, or must this be uploaded as other annexes?
I think, well, having looked at some proposals, it's obviously much easier to understand what you want to say if your tables, graphs, the maps are embedded in the text, and it's a sort of a nice flow of information that we have. Of course, the 120-page limit is a big limitation. So probably some of the information that cannot fit into into the main text can be annexed as an annex. And in particular, well, this year we opened it up a little bit. For example, the maps, so you can put into there's a separate, let's say, category of the other annexes where you're welcome to put that information.
Okay, thank you very much. The next one, yeah, I can take. Do we need to demonstrate complementary funding to be used for all the remaining measures in a strategy not being funded under LIFE? Yeah, for the LIFE SIP, but it's applicable for any kind of project. Yeah, so I mean, regarding complementary funds that are required to implement the corresponding plan or strategy, besides the project, the strategic project co-funded by LIFE, what we require is that you provide us with a clear picture of what are all the funds involved that will be mobilized, used to implement the strategy, and that we have a clear idea of who does what, so which parts are implemented by the strategic project and which parts are implemented by the different complementary funds and through those funds in terms of complementary measures or actions. And what you will need for sure if you pass the concept note stage and you submit a full proposal, is that at the time of submitting the full proposal, you need to attach one of the compulsory annexes is the declaration. Let me see, just one thing. Yeah, the letter, yeah, the complementary funding declaration. That's how it's named exactly, this annex. Yeah, where you clearly in this annex you have to clearly state that at least one fund is committed and is available, complementary fund, and it should be signed, this declaration, by the competent body representing the funding source. Alternatively, if for example, there are already some ongoing funded projects, then if those funded projects are relatively recent, so in particular after the launch of the previous call, so after the 13th of July of 2021, then also that can be sent as a proof. If you send some proof that there is indeed some complementary funds that are being used for the purpose of implementing the plan, and which were granted after that date, 13 July 2021. Yeah, for the next question, can we plan to carry out activities outside of the applicant's country? So this, Sharunas, maybe you can answer.
Yeah, I think yes. There are projects that are covering several countries, integrated projects. But I think the question would be: do you need to go beyond your national country, your country, to do the others? And I mean, first indicator could be the plan of strategy. If that's foreseen in a plan of strategy that you need to work with, well, maybe there is some migratory bird that is migrating to Africa, and then if they are being exterminated there, obviously we cannot save them in Europe. So, but yes, it's possible, but you need to see that it's foreseen in the plan of strategy that you're trying to address, and that it makes sense, just for the sake of having many countries and trying to impress us. It's not probably the point of this multi-country projects. So be smart about it.
Thank you very much, Sharunas. For the next one, yeah, this is May and Water Strategic Integrated Project last, but this is what I am not so sure that I understand, starting 2024, but well, until 2032, to implement a current river basin management plan for that period, 2022 to 27, to test some pilot measures, and then also prepare the new plan for 2028-2034 for improved mechanisms based on the pilots. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of duration, yeah, it can last until 2032, because it would be a 10-year duration, which is within the more or less scope that we have. We have typically projects which last from 6 to 10 years, more or less. So, yeah, the answer is yes. Yeah. Okay, next one. Yeah, I don't know if Sharunas or Laura, you could take this one. So is it possible?
Try to explain, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is possible. So indeed, you would apply at the same time for the concept note.
Can you show the, because they skipped the question. Can you go back, please, for the back team office?
It was the question if the applicants can apply for the concept note stage, so submit a proposal for the concept note stage. At the same time, submitting a technical assistance proposal, yes, that's possible, and that's actually encouraged and that's facilitated by the timeline that you could benefit from the technical assistance if you invited to submit a full proposal.
Yeah, exactly. So the technical assistance, when you apply for a technical assistance project, you can either use it to already within the same call for preparing the full proposal of a strategic project, that you are submitting in parallel, or it can be for the following year, so to prepare both the concept note and the full proposal. Yeah, so that's up to you, but you can do it already within the same call. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Sharunas. Okay, next one is, couldn't one strategic integrated project be targeted? So yeah, you can target several plans like river basin management plans and flood risk management plans together. Yeah, I don't know, Laura, if you want to take this one.
Yes, I mean, you can target several plans like the two you mentioned. Of course, you have to refer to specifically one to clarify what are the links between your SIP and the plans you are targeting. So this should be clear in your proposal.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you, so you can, in any case, yeah, you can have, for example, targeting those two that you are mentioning that in the question, the RBMP and the FRMP that you are mentioning in the question. But indeed, I mean, there you would need to show for each of them, how do you implement, how do you aim to for the full implementation of each of those two plans. So, I mean, be careful on being too ambitious and then not being able to implement fully and contributing substantially to the full implementation of at least one of those two plans. So that would be my only warning. Otherwise, it's always welcome. But yeah, Sharunas, you want to also comment?
Yeah, just know exactly what Cesare said, that I think what we see sometimes the applicants try to impress the evaluators, and they will put all the plans that they know, but then it becomes really difficult to implement them all, because we do ask to implement the plan to the fullest extent possible and to as much as possible. And then if you have those different plans, then it becomes difficult. Just to mention that if you start looking at the complementary funds that needed to implement one plan, you will see that it's basically sometimes it's in billions of euros. So if you embark on an adventure of implementing two plans, then you are really trying to be really to have a big project. And well, maybe you can do it, but see if you can be comprehensive if it makes sense. And for us, I mean, the important thing would be at least one. Okay, if you can do more, that's good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, Sharunas. The next question I will start maybe. So is there a rule for countries on how many SNAPs or SIPs will be funded per year or at all? Is it possible to get funding for both SNAP and SIP in the same year? I will start with the second question. Is it possible to get funding for both SNAP and SIP in the same year? Yes, it is possible for a given country to get both one or several, I mean, more than two even projects in the same year. Now, the rules about the country allocation for the SNAPs and SIPs, so they are a little bit different for the SNAP and for the SIP. In the case of the SIPs, what we are, or the multi-annual work program for the life indicates for the period 2021-2027, each country ideally should have, or we should aim at having at least one project, one strategic project, basically in each of the strands. So in one one SIP environment, one SIP climate, and one SNAP. at least within the period 2021-2027. Now, for the SNAPs, in addition, we have some estimative budget allocation per country for this period also, 2021-2027. You have it in the call document, you in the description of the SNAPs, you have it there. So basically it depends on the size of the country. Countries are classified into 3 categories, from smaller to largest. The smallest get estimative amount allocated is 10 million, the medium size is 20 million, and the largest size is 30 million. We favor or encourage to have large SNAPs that have the maximum territorial coverage possible, but if it makes sense for a big country, for example, it's divided into large regions, to divide that budget allocation of 30 million, because it's a large country, into a couple of SNAPs. Well, I mean, if it is well justified and reasonable, then that is possible. Now, when it comes to a given call, for example, we speak in this case, for example, one call for SIP environment. And there we have several proposals that have passed, that achieve all the minimum scores, both at the concept note and full proposal. Then if we don't have enough budget to fund all the proposals that have passed with a minimum score, those proposals from countries that do not have so far any SIP environment will have priority over those proposals of countries who already got in previous calls a SIP environment. Okay, so in this sense, it is countries that do not have yet any proposal are prioritized. I don't know if you want to complement. Yeah, so we can go to the next one. Taking in mind country allocations, what SIP budget do you expect from middle-sized country? Well, I have partially already answered that. I mean, so in principle, 1, maximum 2. Yeah, but I mean, well, yeah, what SIP budget do you expect? No, I mean, the budget of the SIP, I mean, estimative, I mean, it's per project, more or less around 10 to 15 million euros live co-financing, but it can be higher. I mean, if the project also proves that it's worth it. Yeah, so more or less a rough figure. Yeah, it can be also smaller, but yeah. Next one on SIPs for a circular economy, thinking, for instance, on a circular economy action plan. Can you clarify what you mean by funding the architecture of a project? Yeah, I'm not sure if I understand properly the question. I mean, I don't know if afterwards Sharon or Laura can complement, but I mean, within the activities that an integrated strategic project, can fund is well, the promotion, or for example, or support or discussions in order to raise also, or to get additional complementary funds for the implementation of the plan and strategy. So in this sense, it can facilitate discussions, yeah, for if there are, for example, for calls for proposals within other funding and so on. I mean, if somehow it can be favored, the acquisition of more funds for the implementation of the targeted strategy, that can be done within that project. I don't know if there is anything that you would like to add, Sharon or Laura.
Yeah, I think, well, maybe an example of what it means to have a good architecture. So also maybe including, for example, the complementary funds. What we have seen, you know, the project is the proposal is listing all the complementary funds, which is okay. They put the amount, but then, for example, we don't understand how it's gonna, you know, is feed into the project itself. Yes, all these funds will be working towards the plan and strategy implementation. We can maybe decipher something if it's about the fund is about the climate, so it will contribute to priority 1 in a strategy in a project. But then I think it would be important to have that, you know, if that's the question, to have that architecture, how you go about, you know, different strands and different funds and different actions, how they all fit together, you know, especially in particular the complementary funding and the project itself. Because for the project, you already, you know, that's what you have: actions, you have budget. Usually these complementary funds are a little bit on the side, and yes, they are listed correctly and accounted for, but then we don't understand how it's going to work, and that sort of architecture is rather important and rather interesting to see. And then if you manage to link them together, it becomes a very good proposal.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I can take the next one. Yeah, here is about the consortium. Yeah, if you can include in a strategic project one partner from the EU and then another one from Latin America. So yeah, in the case of the partner from Latin America, thing is that it will not belong to one of the eligible countries, so it can participate but not get any funding. Okay, so it could participate, let me check, as an associated partner. Yeah, so which is a partner that participates but doesn't get funding, as far as I understand. Yeah.
But they get also, just also from experience, that we had cases where, for example, different country, I don't know, United States had a patent that was key for the project implementation in Europe in a certain country, and then they become, let's say, a crucial partner to be considered, and for us to consider as a legitimate partner. Or another example could be that there's some sort of migration. I don't know, maybe some whales have breeding grounds in Latin America, and then they migrate back to Europe. And then, you know, to ensure the corridor, that may be important to have a Latin America country there. Otherwise, I think I'm running out of examples of where Latin America would be eligible. Latin America country would be eligible partner in life projects. So there should be a clear link they need to be there. Otherwise, we really should focus on EU.
Thank you very much, Arunas. Yeah, the next one, maybe this maybe you can start with the answer, Laura. So can the technical assistance project's approval time be moved earlier? If it is in December, as stated, there isn't enough time to run the project until the deadline in March.
Unfortunately, we cannot move the planning at this stage. You will get the results at that time. You can use the TA in case to prepare your full proposal.
Yeah, I mean, in any case, we expect also that a part of the bulk of the expenses, that you can find with the TA, which in any case the TA doesn't have a lot of funds, it's 70,000 maximum euro grant, would be probably in terms of staff costs or subcontracting for a consultancy firm or organization of meetings and so on, which will take place probably at least good part of them in those months after December. Yeah, and I'm not sure, but you can also check about the earliest starting date in the possible date of the project. Yeah, I will check as well that, yeah, and come back to you. Next question is, yeah, so is it possible to submit a concept note and apply for a technical assistance project at the same time in September in case the concept note gets through to the first round? So the answer is yes, yes, yes. Next one. This is for you, Sharunas. Are the PFAs still a priority in 2022? We believe that here it was a miswriting. It's PAFs, prioritized action frameworks as target plans. Yeah.
Yeah, so the priority action frameworks remain the main objective and priority. I think we added additional plans and strategies because we felt that maybe sometimes these new topics, like, I don't know, pollinators didn't have, they are disappearing, and they didn't make it to the paths yet. I mean, maybe they will be there in the path in the future. But it's important to consider those. But yes, but they are still a priority. And frankly, I would say, before you try to address a different, a new strategy or plan that is also on the list, but please consider if everything is already done on the path. I mean, it could be that member states already implemented path to the fullest. Everything is good. biodiversity is booming and there is a good conservation going on. So then obviously run out of ideas to be implemented. But then and if you have that situation, please explain that the path, why you're not addressing the path, but you want to do something rather different from the path. But paths do remain a priority.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Just coming back to the previous question about the earliest starting date for a technical assistance project. I mean, in principle, by default, the starting date of the project will be after both parties have signed the grant agreement, which foreseeably will take place in December. Yeah, but in duly justified cases, one can have exceptionally a retroactive starting date, so earlier than the grant agreement signature by both parties, but it should be well justified. Yeah, so now next question, as for partnership projects, is it possible to ask for the support of expert project managers of CINEA? So I understand that maybe you are asking if we can help to find you some partners for the project. That would be my understanding of this question. I mean, in this sense, my general suggestion is that you have ideas about a potential project proposal, and for example, you have these questions about the project partnership, then write to us to CINEA Life Enquiries, Europa EU, EC Europa EU, and you will find that in our PowerPoint presentation when it is distributed, and then we can comment more in detail, because we can, for example, provide you with information about already ongoing projects in the same field, or provide you maybe with some useful ideas. I would say that the first thing maybe would be to search in the Life project database. So you can Google that Life project database, and then you can search for similar projects, and there you can see also partners, potential partners. Yeah. Yeah, okay, the next one, yeah, maybe you can address it, Laura. Isn't the maximum project duration 14 years and not 10 years?
So on average, we have 10 years project. They can be exceptionally extended up to very maximum 14 years. So that's the reply.
Yeah, so contractually, it cannot go beyond that, even with extensions or anything else. So that's why at proposal stage, our suggestion is that you limit yourself to maximum maybe 10 years, because there are always possibilities for the extension zone, and if you put it already from the start 14, afterwards it's a problem.
Yeah, in the call document, you will find a reference to 120 months. So that's what Cesar said. That's what we suggest at proposal stage. And if there is any need, we can extend, but really at maximum of 14 years.
Yeah. So yeah, next one. Yeah, is there available information about the budget figures by country? So maybe this, Sharon, as you can take it.
Budget figures for each member state. I think, well, it's first come, first served. Well, our goal is for each member state to have a strategic project, and desirably also each for climate, for environment, and for nature. So as they come, then we fund them. I think in the past programming period, in the last let's say before 2020, we did have a situation where some countries did not come forward with some proposals on maybe all together, or maybe in some areas, and there was budget available, and some countries do have several integrated projects, strategic projects for example, for environment and for nature. So if there is a budget, all proposals will, if there are proposals, and if there is a budget, they will be funded. It's just that the priority will be given to the ones that don't have a proposal or don't have a project on that particular theme. So talking about climate, environment, and nature.
Yeah, thank you, Sharonas. Yeah, and also, I mean, now I wish I was reading another thing, but maybe complementing the answer. So we will. So now, for example, you would be interested to know in the call 2022 if already in the call 2021 someone in your country got an IP and a strategy project in the same field. So for this, maybe the suggestion is contact your national contact points. So there are live national contact points. In each country. You can see that in the live website. And well, for the moment, the results of the evaluation process of the 2021 call, we have not concluded them yet. So we will conclude the evaluation in June. So I mean, towards the end of June or beginning of July, probably, then the national contact points should have information about whether or not the corresponding country has got or will, at least that there has been a successful proposal that started to prepare the grant agreement within the call 2021. Yeah. Okay, so next one is, what is the difference between affiliated entities and associated partners? So in the case of affiliated entities, they are entities that are linked, have a legal linkage to one of the partners of the project. So for example, a mother company and a daughter company or sister companies within the same group, and that has the same rights and participates in executing, for example, some of the actions of the tasks of the project with the same rights and also obligations as a normal partner, but it does not appear as a partner. While in the case, let me see just 1 second if I forget something related to the affiliated entities. Yeah, I mean, so they legally speaking, they have to fulfill the same obligations and everything the same as a partner, but they are not listed as one in the grant agreement, and they also, for example, would not count for this minimum eligibility criteria of having at least 2 partners in the proposal. You know, but well, typically you will have much more than 2. And then in the case of the associated partners, they are members of the consortium that participate, but do not get any funding. So then what is the advantage of that? I mean, the thing is that, for example, as we were commenting before, if you have a potential entity from a country which is not eligible for funding, but which would be interesting to involve in the proposal and to have it listed really within the consortium to show the commitment of that partner, then it can participate in this form as associated partner. Yeah, next one is, may an education center, well, by the way, this one about differences between the different kinds of figures like associated partner, affiliated entities, and so on. You can see them listed in the very end of the call document in the section 13, which is the chapter 13, important. So there you have also the explanations on that. Yeah. So next question, may an education center for sustainability, climate, biodiversity, sustainable lifestyle, etc. be in, bueno, maybe we can hear answer to question if it can be itself a SIP project or if it can be part of a SIP project. So yeah, maybe Laura, you can answer. Yeah.
It can be part of a SIP project if, of course, it's justified by the relevance, by the contribution to the strategy you are targeting. It cannot be a SIP project itself, only that.
Yeah. Okay.
I can also, if you want,
exactly. You can take the next one. Yeah, if cascading funding is possible within the LIFE program.
Cascading funding, yes, it is possible. For LIFE strategic projects, we have the rule that maximum funding per grant, per cascading grant, should be maximum 60,000, and the ceiling, so the total cascading grant, should be 200,000. So these are, it's important. So it is possible, but there is a maximum ceiling of 200,000 for all the cascading grant, and each cascading grant maximum 60,000.
Yeah, and that is for the strategic projects, no? Because for the standard action projects, it is also possible, but the ceilings are lower. So yeah, there I think it's half and half. So it's 30,000 per grant and 100,000 maximum total in the project. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, how many proposals? The next one is how many proposals are usually on the reserve list of a call? What are the further chances for such proposals? Maybe Sharunas, you can take this one.
Yeah, I think, well, for the statistics, I think the success rate is probably higher for strategic projects than the standard projects. And I think we count up to 10 proposals per strand, depending on the year. But obviously we suggest that you apply and use the opportunity and you know, have a good idea, go for it. I think it's true that not all the proposals you know, are accepted in the first year. But again, resubmissions are possible and desirable because, you know, it helps to improve the proposal. Our comments, the comments from the experts, you can use those and then try not one time but maybe several times, and I think you'll be successful.
Yeah, I think Laura, you want to add something?
Yeah, just to add, for the CLIMA strand, also look at the budget because we have 30 million as a co-funding rate for the next years, starting from this year. So depends how much every project will ask. We can fund maybe 3-4 projects, really depends.
But well, yeah, in the summary also, you know, the answer is that indeed we have a much higher success rate or with respect to the other strands. I mean, typically,
yes,
in particular for compared to the standard action projects and compared to most of other programs, because yeah, there are not so many proposals that not so many consortia that fulfill also the characteristics to submit such a project. So indeed, I mean, if you see that you can build a solid proposal for to implement one of these plans that are listed within the call document, I mean, you can expect decent chances of getting funded. And also for those who maybe in the first round do not succeed, I mean, it's really not to be discouraged because we have a lot of cases, we had in the past, a lot of cases where applicants who failed in the first time that they applied, then they, after we give them feedback also, no, in the first time, then they apply in the second year with an improved proposal and they get the funding. So yeah, in this sense, you are encouraged to submit. Yeah, does LIFE foresee the possibility of recruiting a project manager? What is the percentage of eligible management costs? So yeah, I don't know, Laura, if you want to take it.
Oh yes, you can recruit a project manager in your project. Actually, it's recommended because these are large projects. Now, in terms of percentage of eligible management cost, I think it depends on the scale of your project. So you may need a full-time project manager for many years covering your project, or part-time. Really depends on the scope of your project, but yes, you can recruit a project manager.
Yeah, indeed, there is no like fixed ceiling or recommended ceiling. I mean, the important thing is because indeed one of the main weaknesses or mistakes that the applicants do for the case of strategic projects when they prepare the proposals is that they underestimate the effort that it takes to manage such a project, because usually you have many actions with many tasks to do within the project. You have a large budget, you have a lot of people involved, a lot of a partnership which is large, and so on. So the management costs, I mean, you should allocate enough resources. So don't be afraid to allocate a good amount of staff resources to that, in general for the management of the project, and then in particular for the interaction and coordination of complementary funding as well.
Yes,
this is also a key feature.
Yeah, indeed, this is really important. So don't forget that coordination of complementary measures. So you need to allocate staff for that, resources for that as well.
Here there is one question, which is which schemes can applicants apply to alone, and which schemes do applicants have to apply as a consortium? I'm not sure if here you are referring to which kinds of live projects or in which calls you can apply as a just by yourself, or in which ones do you need a consortium? So for the case that we are discussing here, strategic projects, you have to be at least 2 partners, and one of them has to be the responsible authority for the implementation of the corresponding plan that you are targeting. But for the other kinds of projects, in particular the standard action projects for environment, nature, or climate, you can go by yourself. I mean, no problem. You don't need to build to have more than one partner. Yeah. Next one, should all the associated partners also have the PIC number?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they should. And they should be listed in part 1 as well. So associated partners, they need to have a PIC.
Yeah, the thing is, yeah. But there will probably not be a need for validation of the PIC afterwards. Yeah, if they get funded. Yeah. Did you already mention the earliest start date for the SIPs? When do you expect the feedback on the full proposals and the grant agreement? Okay. I don't know, Sharon, if you want to comment.
Well, for the current for the ongoing evaluation of the current so the previous year call, I think we are looking at the end of the year, let's say, grant agreement signature. So the results will be announced shortly, and the grant agreement will be signed this year. So you can, well, it takes some time, but and for this call that we 2022, it will run up to the next end of the next year. So you can start January 1st. We did have exceptions of starting, earlier, so you're able to come to the welcome meeting and those kind of things. But that's to be discussed with CINEA. We can see if you need, for example, to you know that you will start you will get a grant, maybe revisions ongoing. We can agree on an earlier start, so you can start hiring, looking for the personnel, etc. So that's also possible. It's a little bit flexible, but of course the best is to sign a grant agreement and then start, and that would be January 1st of next year, of when the call is issued.
Okay, thank you very much, Ernest. The next one is, our proposal failed in 2020. We did not submit in 2021, and can we submit it for this call? So maybe Laura, you can answer.
Yes, sure, you can submit. You're encouraged to submit. Of course, look at the results and evaluation that we sent in 2020 and try to address the issues that we have identified to improve the proposal, but definitely you can submit.
Yeah, the only thing is, unfortunately, you will have to do an extra effort because the forms in 2020 were different from the ones that you will find here. So it will not just be a copy paste. You will have to rephrase and to redo the contents a little bit. Yeah. So, but well, I mean, please do. Yeah. Next one, are synergies with ERDF and EARDF possible with a live project, SAPSIP? Yeah, SNAPSIP. Yeah. So. Yes. I mean, so it's not just about synergy. So in this case, it's more essential. I mean, so if the plan that you are targeting, for example, a waste management plan, in order to implement it, to build, for example, the new waste management treatment plants or landfills or something within that plan, there is need for large funding, like for example ERDF. Then, I mean, the proposal that you would build for addressing and implementing fully that plan, the waste management plan, would for sure need to mention that there is those ERDF funds, that they are complementary to what you are doing, etc., etc. So yeah, the answer is definitely there are synergies, and we want you to make them explicit. And it will be part of your project to promote. I mean, it's an essential part of the DNA of a strategic project. Yeah. Okay, and the last one: is it possible for the coordinator to have some budget for associated partners to join workshops or meetings organized within the project? So this one, Sharunas, you can address.
Yes, indeed, and that's. I think every project has that that part where you need to participate and to learn from outside. You also need to do it yourselves. You need to organize things, and that obviously you invite, you send people and you invite people. So yes, please consider that as part of the project. And this is a eligible expense. Of course, you don't need to go overboard, but I think yes, that's part of the idea.
Just to be clear, I mean, so in general for partners, yes, but if you are really referring to the figure associated partner, then if they are included as such in the grant agreement, then they cannot receive co-funding from us. So yeah, I mean, you will, I mean, at least we will not pay from life costs that they have incurred in the context of some activity. Okay, so of course that we will co-fund, for example, the expenses that you may have as a coordinator to organize an event, and in this way they will benefit indirectly. But I mean, we will not pay the flight tickets of the people from the associated partners. Yeah, so yeah, that would be it. Yeah, I think with this we are done with all the questions. Yeah, Julia, feel free to close now the session.
Thank you very much. I hope I am unmuted.
Yeah.
And so thank you very much, Laura, Cesar, and Sarunas. It was a very good session. And as we at the time, you were really rather generous because you also gave the answer to some general question that was a kind of goodie for all those that kept and stayed with us until now. Indeed, applicants for SIPs and SNAPs are in any case kind of well taken care of, and there is this exception that you can also have more consulting with CINEA experts, and certainly with the 3 representatives of the team that you had the pleasure to meet today. So that's a wrap for today. I would like to give a small reply because there were some questions on slides about recordings and PowerPoint presentation. Yes, they will all be available. Most probably we have to wait for next week. In some presentation, of course, there are some updates to do, little typos to correct, and the recordings need to be edited so that you don't have all the blah blah and the coffee breaks in it. So that's the technical reason. Cesar?
Yeah, maybe just also as a last word and to encourage potential applicants, because there was a repeated worry I felt in the audience about the money available, no, for applying for a SIP for a given country. But I mean, if you have a good proposal, we encourage you to go for it. And in any case, if you have doubts, contact us so that we may discuss it. Because also from the period 2014 to 2020, there were also in principle like preliminary allocation of projects per country with this kind of priorities that we have explained. And in the end, because it depends all the time from call to call also, the number of applications, etc., we had several countries that had many more than the minimum number of integrated projects that they were supposed to have at least. So yeah, it's just encouraging your application.
Thanks, Arunas, very much for this precision. Sometimes there is this trying having a strategic approach and then really see, will my country have the possibility? Shall I go for it? Really, for SIP and SNAPs, the situation might be a bit peculiar. So if you have a good project idea, do not hesitate to contact us, and do not be shy on that. So yes, that's some good closing words, probably, not to be shy. And if your project ideas is in the area of clean energy transition, please really join the session of tomorrow. There will be parallel session. You can see the specific agenda on the Live Info Day website on B2Match, but otherwise you will be in the very good hands of the clean energy transition team, and they will guide you through the different topics tomorrow. As I said several times, we are in any case there for you with specific time slots allocated for talking with CINEA experts until the 31st of May. And you have the opportunity until 15th of November to be in touch among yourselves. Really, in the last year, those type of meetings were very successful. Sometimes there is a lot of expertise there and you can find also their project partners. So do not hesitate to use this tool, and stop posting question on Slido. Our Slido is closed now. There will be the possibility to post questions in the chat for the CET meetings tomorrow. But don't be afraid. If you had some CET question until now and you've posted there, we have kept them saved, and we will also pass them to the CET colleagues tomorrow. So that's it from my side. 18th and 19th of May are closed. 20th of May awaits you. And I thank you all for your attention and your very wise question, and certainly a big thanks to all the speakers of today, especially to the last team, but to all of them, and to the marvelous people in the back office, because without them, we couldn't do all of this. Thank you all, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Bye-bye.